Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's episode of the ZodWriter Show. Looks like I'm here by myself tonight. I guess none of my normal co-hosts wanted to watch this movie tonight. I don't know. I haven't heard from anybody. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the chat here and see what everybody's been up to. Katsuka says, "Hey guys and girls, hey, what's up, Katsuka?" And it looks like my buddy Johnny has decided to join me tonight. I'm so excited. Welcome, Johnny. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Just kicking it. Sorry I'm a little late. Bathroom,
Oh, that's okay, man. That's okay. I did get a little worried though because I hadn't heard from anybody, and I even posted the link. I created a group chat on Twitter, and I posted the link, and there was no and I really got no responses. It seemed like people saw the link and even liked the link, but nobody said if they were coming or not. So I didn't know. I was like, oh, okay, well, hopefully they'll come. I know we were gonna do. The plan was to do Starship Troopers, and this was gonna be the Starship Troopers anime, the from 1988, and I really wanted to do it, but for some reason I couldn't convert the video to the proper format to work with StreamYard. So we had to improvise here, and this is a movie that's near and dear to my heart. This is based off of an anime, a boxing anime called Ashita no Joe, aka Tomorrow's Joe, and it's very, very good. I love it. Johnny, I don't even know if you've ever heard of Tomorrow's Joe.
I've never seen the anime. I know of it, but I do have this movie, so I am familiar with it.
Oh my God, are you serious? Okay, great. So the fact that you have this movie makes me very, very happy. So then you know what we're about to watch.
Yes, sir. And my bad. Usually, if I'm gonna bail on you, I'll let you know. If I'm quiet, that means I'm planning to show up. So you know how I usually
Okay,
roll.
well,
So
yeah, I do. I just today, because I didn't hear from anybody, I was a little bit paranoid. I was like, well, I haven't heard from anybody, so I don't know if anybody's going to show up. And I was like, do I want to, and at one point I was thinking, well, do I want to postpone or cancel this week? Because I was like, I've been doing a lot of live streams and stuff lately, and I know you've been busy and stuff. We've all been pretty busy doing a lot of different things. So I was like, well, maybe I'll do it. Because I had a pretty dramatic live stream with Sweet Sonia G last night. It was pretty controversial. So I was a little bit concerned about whether or not we were going to do anything tonight. I was like, well, we'll see. So
oh snap! I missed last night. I saw your show on Friday before my show, and yeah, you were pretty pissed. You were, yeah. So, and then I saw you did a couple over the weekend too, and I was just like, man, whatever happened, I didn't pay too much attention. I was talking to Kupi Malik about horror narrators in your chat more than I was paying attention. I'm sorry, but yeah.
there was crazy stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of crazy stuff that went on this weekend that I in the Snyder Cut fandom that I'd rather not get into here today. And also we had we had some other stuff, but like I said, me and Sonia kind of had our own little drama going on last night on late night Q&A with ZodWriter featuring Sweet Sonia G. That was episode 9. It was a hell of an episode. Let's just say things got so heated to the point where I actually, for the first time since I've been doing YouTube, had to disable the comments in the chat.
Wow.
On the the comments section, not during the show, but the comments section, the regular comments section on YouTube under the video. It was insane. Sonia was texting me this morning. She's like, I won't be disrespected like this. Go into the video and disable the chat. I don't want this. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you got it. I mean, it was nuts. Okay, it was crazy. It was one of the most bizarre things I'd ever experienced on a live stream. I think it was really crazy. We were actually I might as well get into the story a little bit. We were talking a little bit about paranormal and supernatural experiences and that kind of thing. The kind of stuff Sonia's into, and she's all into tarot cards and spirits and all that kind of stuff. So we started talking about all that stuff, and towards the end of the show, we decided to open up the panel to some of the people who were, watching the show. Kupi Malik was one of the people. For the first time, we had Kupi Malik, we had Rishnan on the live stream with us, and we had a few people stop by, and one of the people that stopped by was my buddy Zohar, and my buddy Zohar jumped on the stream. And basically, when we were talking about, ghosts and spirits, and opened up the panel for people to be able to speak about their experiences. And what ended up happening was Zohar got on the stream and started basically, for lack of a better term, basically debunking everybody's experiences, basically saying, it's all in your head. It's, these are like schizophrenic experiences, that kind of thing. And, well, Johnny, how Sonia gets when, she's really passionate about something and she's trying to express herself. And somebody is basically belittling like her position or how she feels about something. So let's just say it didn't go over very well. It became an issue to the point where I finally just had to end the stream because it got so awkward so quickly and it got so bizarre. I mean, it was pretty wild. And like I said, it was one of the weirdest experiences I'd ever had on a live stream. So I will say this, that, there's a first time for everything. And I'm hoping in the future we won't have those kinds of experiences. So I want to thank everybody who's here now that was here yesterday watching that stream, and those who participated. Speaking of those who participated in yesterday's stream, Kupi Malik, how are you? It's good to see you again. Yeah, he was on. He was talking about some stuff that he knows, some spiritual stuff that he's aware of in Indonesia. So that was kind of cool. That it definitely was a show to tune into, Johnny. I don't know. I said, I don't know what the hell happened. It just like went off the rails because Zohar is a therapist, so he has a perspective, and he's very passive aggressive about his perspective, and he got a little bit too aggressive with our girl Sonia, and that kind of that sort of thing doesn't go over very well for her. So I felt kind of bad, and I probably could have handled it differently, but I didn't expect it to go in the direction that it went either. So it was a first for me, and
when you're trying to have a chill stream and just trying to, have people tell their stories and have a good time, like you don't expect it to jump bad. And I can understand having a healthy dose of skepticism. I mean, that's fair enough, but like, don't be a dick, especially if like everybody's kind of digging on like the stories and having a little bit of fun telling them. I mean, you don't have to believe it, but don't shit on people if they actually do think that those things happen to them.
Right. That was the scenario. It was kind of like one of those things where like, she was feeling alienated, like she was getting crapped on. And I mean, I could see where she was coming from because she was trying to share her experiences from her point of view. And that's one of those things that, like I said, I don't begrudge anybody for their viewpoint. I mean, even Zohar, I may not 100% agree with what Zohar was saying, but I could understand where he was coming from, and I could understand why he has the viewpoint that he has, because I've heard that viewpoint oftentimes before. So it was not something. What Zohar was saying yesterday was not a foreign viewpoint to me, so I could understand. And there were a lot of people in the chat who tended to agree with what Zohar was saying, and there was also people agreed with Sonia, and we're kind of just going along. And again, one of the great experiences about yesterday, and one of the great things to come out of yesterday was again Kupi Malik. He was on the stream for the first time. This was the first time I'd ever seen Kupi Malik on a stream, and I think that was wonderful. He came on. He was telling his story, and there was a lot of different things going on, and he was trying to clarify some things. And I like that when we have new people that come on the panel, and then this was also the very first time on that show where me and Sonia did an open panel. We don't normally do open panel kind of things. We tend to keep it between her and I, and if we have a guest, we might bring a guest on once in a while. But generally speaking, we don't open the panel. So that was the other thing, because it was kind of a first. And I will say, too, I think this was the first time that I've ever seen my buddy Zohar come on a panel in the entire time I've known him. I don't think I've ever seen him on a live stream. I think he might have been on a video game live stream with Retro Ralph at some point, a year or so ago. But I didn't see that stream, and I've never seen him on anything like recent or anything like that. So I was completely blown away by the fact that he actually jumped on the live stream yesterday. But as Sonia was saying, we opened up the panel for people that had a story to tell, for people that wanted to share their stories. And it wasn't so that people could get, debunked and people could be, left feeling empty. And that was, it was unfortunate that, it went in that direction. I think it could have went a lot smoother, because like I said, I understood where, Zohar was coming from, but at some point, you have to realize when you've crossed a certain boundary with people, especially when you see that it's irritating them on a level that you don't want them to get. I mean, that was the whole thing. You have to at least acknowledge people's feelings and people's point of view. And it's like I said, it's fine to disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, but it's never okay to be disrespectful, especially when you're just having a, civil discourse and you're just discussing things. Like you said, Johnny, it was just supposed to be a chill stream. It was not supposed to be something that is going to get all out of hand and crazy, because again, this is the kind of show that's the kind of show that I want to do with, Sonia for a long period of time. I don't want it to be so that's why I'm saying I don't want it to be negative, because she's new to this whole streaming arena. This isn't her thing. I mean, you and I are like old pros. We've been streaming for well over a decade now. So it's nothing new for us. We're used to these kinds of experiences. We know about, the different types of people you're going to encounter when you do these kinds of things, and you're going to get dissenting voices, and not everybody's going to agree with you. But for me, that's part of the fun. I mean, I think it's extremely boring when you have nothing but you're in an echo chamber and everybody agrees with you. I mean, Jesus Christ, you want to be able to have a discussion, and you want to be able to have dissenting voices. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to alienate and disrespect people. You want people to feel comfortable and feel welcomed and want to continue to be, a part of the discussion. And that to me was the unfortunate part of last night. I think I actually welcomed and actually really liked the fact that Zohar got on and was providing his point of view. And I just really wish that, things would have went a little bit differently, because I just didn't want to see that kind of thing happen. And I didn't want Sonia to be feeling the way she felt either. So that's where we are on that. And so I just figured I'd give the recap, since a lot of you that was here yesterday are here today, and Johnny's here, so I just wanted to fill Johnny in, because Johnny's always ready to go.
Well,
Johnny's...
it's the first episode of the Sonia show I've missed too, and
it's kind of weird that I missed
the most important one.
yeah, you're literally one of the most reliable people I know. Like you said, if you're not gonna make it, you'll usually let me know if you're not gonna make it to a stream or whatever. But like I said, for today, I guess I was just a little paranoid after yesterday. I'm like, well, gee, is anybody gonna come after yesterday's stream? Am I completely, did I completely Did I burn some bridges or something yesterday? I didn't know. Katsuka says, is it safe to come out? Yeah, Katsuka, it's safe. Katsuka was here yesterday. That dude Vince says hello, and he
Hi,
says,
Vinny.
I got some brewskis for the watch party. That's great. Yeah, we're getting ready. We're getting ready. We're gonna start the movie soon. I just wanted to get through some of the chats here, get caught up with you guys, and get Johnny up to speed on the drama from last night. Sweet Sonia G might join us a little bit later. I don't know if she's going to or not. I think that was the plan, though. I had sent her the link, and she had seen the link on Twitter, so she may or may not jump on, depending on what she has going on. I'm not sure, but that dude Vince says, "Oh snap, Arkham Gaming, what's up? Good to see you. Hi Zod. We're here with you. That's great, that dude Vince. I really appreciate that, bro." Darkstar says, "Sup Zod. I really appreciate all this, love and affection in the chat. You guys are great. I love how you guys are popping up at every single show. It really means a lot to me. Like I was having a discussion with Integrity 101 earlier, and I was just telling them, I love it. I appreciate it, you guys. I appreciate everybody, man. I'm a small channel. I'm just trying to balance everything. Everything's a balancing act, and you just want everything to be as positive as possible. Leroy Kong says, "Hello, Zod. Great live." Oh yeah, this is a great movie. This is one of my favorites. It's actually a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful interpretation of the anime, and it's done so brilliantly. It's also based on a manga as well. I've been a fan of Tomorrow's Joe for several years. So this is one of those things where when they announced the movie was coming out, I almost ordered my Blu-ray copy off of Yes Asia, but I didn't end up doing that because the Blu-ray didn't have any English subtitles. But I was tempted to do it anyway, just simply because I know the story so well. So I knew kind of what to expect. But at the same time, I just had to wait till it was English subtitled.
That's like my copy of Gotcha Man, the Gotcha Man movie. Like it has no subtitles. Like
I've got a copy. I've got a copy with subtitles, and I absolutely love Gotcha Man. I don't know if I have it in the right format, but we'll check. Maybe that'll be another movie we might try to watch.
Because I don't think it's ever been released here. So yeah.
Oh, that might be something to try. I do have it fan subbed. Katsuka92 says, "Thanks for replying to me on Twitter, Zod." Katsuka, you're always welcome, man. I'll always reply to any of you guys. Anytime you guys message me on Twitter or social media, I do try my best to reply back. I might be slow to do so sometimes, but I definitely will reply back to you guys because you guys are awesome. You guys are all important to me, and it's wonderful, again, that we can all share this time together. This is wonderful. Sean Franklin says, "What's up? What's up, Sean? Good to see you." That dude Vince said, "Yeah, that didn't end well, and I hope she's okay." Yeah, Sonia's okay. Sonia's okay. I've been in communication with her most of the day. From early in the morning. I actually woke up this morning to her going back and forth in the chat for that stream. So it was kind of jarring to me. Like this morning, I was like, "Oh my God." And so I sent her a text message. I'm like, "I see you're up early." It just was ridiculous. I'm like, "Oh my God, we don't want this to become something where it's like obsessive." I mean, when we have bad experiences like that, we need to let them go and kind of get back into our zen and relax. And that's one of the things I love about like doing these kind of watch party type streams for these obscure movies, because we don't really, it's just a nice chill zen kind of a time. And I'm telling you right now, I'm sitting here so excited because of the fact that Johnny knows this movie. I'm like, that's fantastic, because I didn't know if you knew the movie or not. And I'm just like, when you know the movie, it's awesome, because then you and I can kind of do our little commentary thing. I mean, and that works. I'm just like, because I
Hell
didn't want to
yeah.
sit here all night talking over it, while you guys were seeing it for the first time. Katsuka says last night was beyond crazy. I will agree with you there. It definitely was a different experience. Kupi Malik says, Zod, hope you and Sonia are all right. Yeah, we definitely are. That dude Vince says, yeah, that topic is just too polarizing when people try to argue about it. Oh yeah, yeah. Whenever you bring in, and I even had a conversation with my father about it today. I was like, whenever you try to inject spiritual beliefs and religion and all that kind of stuff into a discussion like that, you're bound to open up a can of worms on a level that you didn't expect. And so anytime you do that, it's very, very polarizing. It's that Vince, that is like spot on.
Well,
What's
it
up,
kind of
Bell
bums
Reeve?
me out that people wouldn't let you guys just wig out and have your fun little ghost stream. I mean, I don't see what the harm in it would have been of you guys telling your stories and just, like maybe an episode later, you guys could have had the other point of view of it. But last night, I think it would. I wasn't there, but I think it's kind of uncalled for that somebody had to show up and shit in the punch bowl. I never appreciate that from anybody, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Well, that was definitely what it was, man. There was definitely some brown crud in the punch bowl by the end of the night. Uh, it was definitely pretty bad, and I was nervous, Johnny, because I thought that Sonia was mad at me, and I was worried. I'm like, oh great, now what? I'm like, we've been doing this show for like 9 episodes, and now there's a chance that the whole thing gets derailed over a ghost story episode. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. I said, this is exactly the kind of stuff I wanted to avoid. And honestly, yesterday was, I think, Sonia's most vocal episode ever. I don't think Sonia's ever talked as much as she did in last night's episode at all 9 of the episodes we've done so far. She was really opening up and kind of coming out of her shell, and I was messing with her quite a bit yesterday, and it was really shaping up to be one of the best episodes we'd had. So that was another, detriment that I kind of felt too. I'm like, my God, this could be our best episode ever, and this could also be our worst episode ever, and it could also be our last episode ever. So I kind of had those. I kind of had all three of those feelings yesterday.
Word.
Bell Reeve, it's always a pleasure to see you. You are absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad you are here. That dude Vince says, if I had that kind of experience, I'd take some antipsychotics. Is where I lost it. Oh yeah, when he said that, they at one point somebody asked. So I think Sonia asked Zohar because he was going so hard on the "it's all in your mind" kind of thing, Johnny. And at some point, Sonia, I think, asked Zohar, well, one of these days you're going to have an experience like that, and there's not going to be anybody around, and it's going to blow your mind. And she's like, what are you going to do then? How are you going to react to it? And Zohar simply replied, he says, if I had that kind of experience, I'd take some antipsychotics and I'd be done with it. And he basically, and he said, because I would realize something wasn't right in my head and I'd go to the hospital immediately.
Mm.
So yeah, that's the kind of brown stuff in the punch bowl we were dealing with yesterday. Bell Reeves says schizophrenia isn't a joke that runs in my family. Absolutely, it is not a joke. I agree with you 1,000%, Bell Reeve. That dude Vince says a child age therapist, so his experience with adults is pretty questionable to begin with. I don't know. I don't want to speak on the man's professional experience. Again, Zohar and I have been friends for a while now, and I don't, and that's why I say I don't believe that it was Zohar's intention to, come on and basically turn everything completely negative. I think it just kind of got out of control. It got ahead of itself. So I don't really, because I really don't think it was his intention to do that, because he's a nice guy. He doesn't strike me as the type of dude who wants to come on streams and just totally derail people. I think he was just passionate about how he felt. And one of the things that, that he kept saying was that it was his truth, and how she was feeling was her truth. He kind of had that, so he kind of had that understanding of people all have their truths and the way that they see things. And, and the fact that he understood that, shows me that he wasn't really trying to, he wasn't really trying to mess anything up. It was just that it just unfortunately went in that direction. What are your thoughts on the Lightcast trash? And I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to get into that tonight. I'm sorry. That's not something I want to talk about. I'm so over all that stuff right now. So much drama and stuff that happened over the weekend. I don't even want to talk about it. That dude Vince says he was telling people they were living in 20,000 BC. Yeah. He started, he gave the, the typical viewpoint of, we have all these technologies and medicines and all these things, and yet we're still talking about ghosts and spirits and the supernatural as though it's 2000 BC and we're living in caveman times and all this stuff. He did make some interesting points, but again, at the same time, it's like, okay, we get that that's your point of view, but
there's a lot of shit that happmes that nobody can explain.
Exactly. And again, I could have, at some point, I was ready to start busting out about simulation theory again. Nice. I mean, I literally was about to say, well, Zohar, I think everybody's wrong. I mean, I was going to be like, I don't think there's ghosts or spirits or anything of that. And I don't think there's nothing in the afterlife. I think that we're living in a simulation. And when we die, it's like Super Mario. We just respawn. I was literally gonna inject that, but things got so tense and got so crazy that I couldn't even do it. I was just like, you know what, we're not even gonna go there. But if things would have been a little bit more friendly, I would have injected my simulation theory thoughts again, because I love talking about simulation theory. I could go on and on about it for weeks. That dude Vince says, but there's a time and a place for what he was doing, and that wasn't the place. Yeah. I mean, not going that, that hard, especially on somebody like Sonya. You're going hard on Sonya. Sonya's just trying to express herself, and it was hard for Sonya as it was, because Sonya's not used to doing these kinds of things. She's trying, like I said, she's trying to come out of her shell. She's trying to get comfortable being on live streams and that kind of thing. I'm trying to basically groom her so she can start doing her own YouTube channel. She wants to start creating content for you guys and everything. She wants to start, doing stuff like what we're doing on her own independently. And, I'm trying to help her along with all of that. And one of the reasons that, you got to take it slow. You got to open, you open up. If she, does a show like this with me for long enough, she's gonna feel real comfortable jumping on YouTube doing her own thing, because she's gonna totally know the ins and outs and know how to do it and all that stuff. So that's what we're trying to do here. So I don't, again, I don't want to stifle her or discourage her from doing what she wants to do, and those are the kinds of things that will stifle and will discourage when you think you're going to be in situations where you're going to be backed in a corner and you're not going to know how to handle it. And I mean, she was doing a pretty good job, defending herself. And that's why I was sitting there, I was like, I don't want to get involved in this. I think she can handle herself pretty well. And then it started getting to a point where it was getting really, really deep. And, this type of show isn't like my man, Mr. West Ashley. We're not trying to go deep on here like that. We're just trying to have a little fun and, tell a few stories every now and then. That's all. That dude Vince says, I'll have to come on one day. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do.
Yeah. Welcome anytime. I love your comments. So yeah, come on. Next time we have open panel.
And we're gonna do a lot more of that. We're gonna do a lot more open panel. You will be seeing open panels on the on the show with Sonia that we do twice a week. And Sonia, and that's the kind of thing that we're trying to do. But like I said, I was just trying to have her, kind of have Sonia kind of dip her toes in the water with, the whole open panel thing. And, I have to say that wasn't exactly a seamless first open panel experience for her. I actually felt kind of bad for her, because if that was my first open panel experience, I'd be terrified to do another open panel experience. Ketsuka says, I researched Zohar. He's legitimate. Oh yeah, he is. Zohar is 100% legitimate. And like I said, that's why I'm not really, that's why I wasn't really, I was more shocked than anything that it went in the direction that it did. Zohar is definitely, but I also, at the same time, can't speak negatively about Zohar either, because Zohar was just speaking his truth. I think it just went a little bit too far. Sometimes in the heat of a conversation, people will get carried away and lose themselves in what they're saying. And then it eventually becomes a back and forth, and degenerates from something that would have been considered positive discourse into just a negative cesspool.
Did he start off being as antagonistic as the examples you gave me, or did he work to that? Because if he started out that antagonistic, I would say that you should have probably bounced him early on.
It was he had gotten started, like, talking about it a little bit in the chat before he came on, but it wasn't as like, it became increasingly more aggressive as the two of them kind of went back and forth and kind of danced around each other, because at no point at no point do I believe Zohar was actually attacking anybody. But at the same time, Sonia was doing her best to defend the situation in her own way. And I honestly, give Sonia all the credit in the world, because she definitely handled her business last night. And I was proud of her too, because like I said, if that was me and I was getting upset like that, I mean, I would have laid the smack down and cussed him out too. And she was even saying she wanted to cuss him out at one point. So hey, I give her all the props in the world for how she handled that situation. And speaking of Sweet Sonia G, oh, it looked like Sweet Sonia G was about to join us in the live stream, and then she kind of disappeared. Sonia, I was just about to add you to the stream, so come on back if you're coming.
Yeah, hop on in here, man.
Hop on, Sonia. It's always great to have you here. And here she is. There she is. Oh my God, it's so great to see you, Sonia. What's going on?
Hey guys, what's up?
I was just recapping everybody about the events of our grand show last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
What happened to I thought you were gonna do the anime.
Well, we're doing a movie. We're gonna do the movie in a little bit.
Oh, I thought you were going to start that first and then have a discussion after, like we did the last time.
Oh, I was late, and Zod was already talking when I joined, and then he started explaining it to me, and I kept asking more questions because I'm a little angry that somebody treated you that way on your own show. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate that, but yeah.
No problem, homie. Anytime.
I'm done with Zohar, though. I mean, he's welcome to come back. Not on the show. He will not get on another panel, period. First of all, he was not even supposed to be on the panel if he wasn't sharing a story. I specifically stated that if you have a story to share or an experience to share, then you're welcome to get on the panel. And that was not his intentions. He had other intentions. So he shouldn't have even gotten let on the panel. That's my feelings. So
that's fair. That's fair enough. I hear you. He skirted the rules of the show. I mean, it was supposed to be a share and tell, and he just wanted to shit in the punch bowl.
Exactly. And even if he didn't, like direct it right at me, he didn't use my name or anything, but it's just the fact that he was being so negative about the whole thing. I mean, it's okay for you to share your opinion and your thoughts, but don't start throwing out names and stuff like that. That was really rude. He was really, really rude. And I didn't appreciate that. That's why I told Joey, I'm like, stop the panel right now, or I'm gonna leave the stream. So that was the only way it was gonna stop, because he kept jabbing.
I'm sorry about that. I wish I would have backed you up for sure.
I'm sure you would have. But you know what? I'm over it now. I mean, he's welcome to come and check out the show or whatever, and he can engage in the chat, but he will never be put on another panel with me. I know that much.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah. And then the minute if he starts trolling, he will get muted. So I'm not gonna put up with that either. So, anywho, how is everybody else in the chat?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Are you driving somewhere?
Yeah, I just hopped on right quick because I have to go and run some errands right quick.
Oh, okay. So are you gonna pop on a little later?
Yeah, in a minute. As soon as I get to my destination, I'll be able to hop on. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna just listen in while I'm driving, and you guys continue.
Okay.
You guys are
all right. That sounds good.
I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
Later. All right, and that was Sweet Sonia G. She's going to join us a little bit later. I don't know, man. All the sounds from the car, dude. I don't know. I was like, I
thought she was like in a fish tank or something.
Right. It sounded like she was in a fish tank. So, and that dude Vince is saying, I have no doubt Zohar is legit. I just thought that his advice was misplaced.
Amen.
Yeah. Amen. I can't agree more with that. I agree 100%. It's just, when you have misplaced,
it didn't seem like it was asked for. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It wasn't asked for, and you'll see when you get a chance to watch the show, Johnny. It was not asked for. It was definitely unappreciated. Tim Possible says hello there, ZodWriter, and Katsuka says, oh yeah, he was out of line. And Tim Possible, hey there, Kylo. And KP says hello. And that dude Vince says, I'm off Tuesday night, so I'll always be here. That's awesome, Vince. I'm so glad that you're gonna be here. That's totally great. That's awesome. Tim Possible says, hail that dude Vince. He says, I need to get more into anime. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more fun with obscure 80s and 90s anime on this show. Like I said, I'm trying to do these ZodWriter shows to take a little bit of a break from the same, grind of things that we talk about on these shows. And I appreciate you guys, being here for all these different little experiments that we try here, because I want to be as diverse as possible and bring up a whole bunch of topics and a bunch of different things that we don't normally discuss, for not just for, our benefit here, me and Johnny and Sonia and all of us here on the ZodWriter show, but you guys too. It's like, I want to take a break from all that other stuff. And like I said, I kind of was at my boiling point with this whole, for lack of a better term, all this Snyderverse crap over the weekend. I've pretty much washed my hands with it all. I'm pretty much done at this point. I really don't have any desire to even go down that road anymore at this point. It's just enough is enough. It to me, it's just like, wow. Wow. It's ridiculous. Kupi Malik says, Katsuka, I don't mind Zohar, although I don't agree with many of the points he made, but I do respect his opinion. Exactly. That's like the general consensus here, Kupi Malik. We can all respect each other's opinion. I think he was the only one that was having difficulty respecting other people's opinion. I think he was the one that was out of line and wasn't expecting. And like I said, I don't really know if he necessarily was intentionally trying to cross the line. I just think he got passionate, and when you get passionate, sometimes you go a little bit overboard. And I really think that that's what happened. Like I said, because to be honest with you, I mean, he really liked Sonya. Him and I, and like I said, him and I have been friends for a while. So I don't think, his intentions to come on here and just like totally piss everybody off. I think it's just one of those things where, you get caught into something and you just keep going. Koopy Malik says that dude Vince, agree, bro. And that dude Vince says,
nice one.
See, now I would love to do a watch party for Castle of Cagliostro, but I know we would get flagged.
So in trouble, yeah, because didn't the Ghibli guy, that was one of his first movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah.
Not only that, but I would want to watch the original Streamline Pictures English dub.
We could probably get away with watching the live action movie by Ryuhei Kitamura, the director of Versus, made a live action.
I do have that movie. Which is
really good, and I don't know if it's been released in America. I haven't seen it. I have a bootleg of it myself, so
I do have a copy of it. I believe
it's a great film.
I believe it may be in the right format too, so maybe we can try to watch it on here.
That girl they got to play Fujiko Mine. Oh my god, yeah, dude, definitely show at least the fellas that one.
yeah, we'll have to check. We'll have to check that out. We'll have to see if we can do it. KP says watched only the first part of yesterday's stream. Yeah, things didn't start getting heated until towards the end. It was a lot of fun leaving. It was a lot of fun leading up to it. It was a lot of fun up until it turned into that. But. I like to say it kind of degenerated into something negative where it started off a lot more positive, a lot more upbeat, but things were kind of getting tense along the way anyway. So I don't know. It was just one of those nights, I guess. Tim Possible said I missed it last night. Yeah. It's still up. You guys can check it out. There's just no comment section under the video. We turned the comment section off, much to Integrity 101's disappointment. Mega Deuce says, where is Zohar? I don't know where Zohar is. I'm not expecting Zohar to show up, but if Zohar shows up, he's more than welcome to participate.
Yeah, he can watch Tomorrow Joe with us all he wants. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not banning anybody from the chat from watching the movies. We just know who we can bring on our panels and who we can't. That's just the reality of the situation. That event says check out the Rise of the Shield hero anime. It's one of the good ones. Awesome. Sounds great, Koopy Malik. Koopy Malik, my girlfriend's really into anime, especially My Hero Academia.
MHA is awesome. I hate to say it, but like it's one of the really trendy animes I do love myself. So,
and Sweet Sonia G says, "Hey guys," and Koopy Malik says, "Oh, the one is also good. Also, watch Psychopath series. It has an interesting concept."
Cool. Yeah, dude, Psychopath is so good.
And Koopy Malik says, "Sweet Sonia G, hey there, lovely lady. Hope you are well." Yeah, but that shows you right there, that how tough and awesome Sweet Sonia G is, because she just lets it bounce off of her and comes in and is gonna join us for this. So that's some awesome stuff. That's some awesome stuff. That dude Vince says ZodWriter, Lupin 3, the Castle of Cagliostro watch party when. I don't know. We're gonna have to work that one out. I'm gonna have to see if I can. I have to see what the deal is with that. We might, if we're gonna do that movie,
probably on Twitch.
Yeah, even if I want to do, or we don't have to necessarily do it on Twitch.
Yeah,
we could do it on YouTube, but it would have to be, it would just have to be like an unlisted event. We could do it in like a private event, and I could just send you guys links, and you guys can all just jump on. That I could do. We could.
for awesome subscribers. Yeah, I mean, like a treat for you guys that are always here and always so damn positive and awesome. That sounds like a good thing to do
we
for
could
y'all.
actually do that. That would be fun. We could pick a day and we could do that. We don't have to do, and that's what's so great about it. Yeah, we don't have to do it on Twitch. We could just do it as like a fan only kind of event for all of us, where we just sit down and hang out and watch the movie. I totally wouldn't mind something like that. That'd be really awesome. That's a good idea, Johnny. Great idea, actually. That dude Vince says, I'm gonna reincarnate as a slime. Mega Deuce says, let's get that simulation episode. I kind of lost my mind the last time I started talking about simulation.
Yeah, you and Vega had a really good conversation. Vega wasn't grasping it quite well, but I think you were getting over on him before you stopped talking about it. So I think
I think people were starting to understand where I was coming from. But I also, like I said, I'm a big believer in simulation theory, which is why I don't want to. It's like I, at the same time, I don't want to take it too seriously, but I do legit believe in it, the way that the way Zohar believes what he believes, which is that there's nothing, that we live one life, and when we die, it's over. That's what Zohar believes. So, and as passionate as he is about it, I am that passionate about the fact that we are living in a simulation. And now that would have been a fun debate to have with Zohar. And I would have been providing examples of why I believe we're living in a simulation, where people talk about ghosts and spiritual issues and things like that. I would say, glitches in the matrix, baby. That dude Vince says that's Trensei Shatera Slime. I'm watching the second season of it. Katsuka says, hey, Sonia. I am. I'm glad Sonia popped in, because that just shows everybody that Sonia is ready for some football. That dude Vince says if it's on a Monday or Tuesday night, I'm game. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Even if we have to do it one night in lieu of doing a live episode, in lieu of doing like a live broadcast episode, I have no problem with that, because I have, because I have StreamYard. I do put my, hard-earned money into StreamYard. So I want to use StreamYard as much as possible. So I have no problem whatsoever doing an unlisted live stream. That's completely fine. I mean, people, I think people will really enjoy that. And that's actually, Johnny, that's actually the solution if you want to watch something that's copywritten too, with a bunch of people. That's the solution. As long as you're not, you're not broadcasting to the world, it's okay to have a little powwow. I don't know why more people don't do those kinds of things. Sweet Sonia G, hey, what's up, Rashnin? Rashnin was another fun dude yesterday. He came on and gave his 2 cents yesterday. It was really cool. Zohar got carried away, and Zohar had a light cast moment. Yeah.
What is a light cast? I know you don't want to get too into it, but like, what do they talk about, Zod, without explaining why you're mad at him and don't want to? Like, are they a Snyder thing, or
no? Like... I'm not. You know what? I'm not mad at him. To me, the whole thing is just a mess. To make a long story short, Lightcast and the group currently, the current iteration of the group known as the Four Nerds, came up with this idea to do a motion comic continuing the Snyderverse, basically, because Zack Snyder put out those storyboards that Jim Lee drew for his for Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, for the original plans that Zack Snyder had for Justice League 2 and 3. And basically what they decided to do was they were going to create a motion comic for those storyboards. Basically, they commissioned some artists to come in, and Dawson too. He was one of the artists, and they did basically were doing, telling the story, but basically in motion comic form. So they were basically continuing the storyboards. But what they were doing was they ended up copying Jim Lee's artwork. They literally were getting accused of tracing Jim Lee's artwork, basically. And they had all these artists up in arms, and people were really upset, and the whole thing just blew up. It was this big cluster F over the weekend, and it was this huge thing. And anyway, Lightcast over it, basically a bunch of people were jumping ship because, again, they were creating a motion comic. So they had all these people who are allegedly prominent in the Snyder Cut movement doing voices for the motion comic. So you had different people, playing different parts, but they also had Ray Porter, who's the voice of Darkseid, really in Justice League, being the voice of Darkseid in this motion comic. And they had Harry Lennox, who was the voice of the Martian Manhunter in Zack Snyder's Justice League, reprising his role as Martian Manhunter in the motion comic. And so you get the idea. So basically they had this thing, and apparently all of the voice acting and stuff was already dubbed for it and everything. And they were doing this motion comic. And basically what ended up happening is there was a lot of negative fan backlash because of the tracing thing. And people were really upset, and everybody was up in arms. And basically the four nerds were really on the defensive, because they were basically sticking up for Lightcast this whole time, because this was Lightcast was like the director of the project, and so there was all this negative heat being directed at Lightcast for some reason. And and what ended up happening was Lightcast ended up deleting the majority of his social media accounts. He ended up deleting, or at least unlisting, all of his YouTube videos. And so he basically left, and basically left the four nerds to pretty much be the ones to have to address it. And yesterday, Zeverfet and Nicotina kind of addressed it, and Dawson was upset, and he left Twitter over it. He said he's done with Twitter because Twitter's such a negative place, and there's all this negative backlash. I really felt bad for these guys, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they were trying to do something cool, and they ended up getting put on blast for the whole scenario.
Putting on blast the whole thing. But here's the thing, though. I don't really think the problem was that they didn't handle it very well, because in my mind, you can't blame the fandom for being negative over something like this when you basically got caught red-handed tracing. You can't blame people for getting mad at you. Then you can't blame for people for coming out at you. Even like Screen Rant came at these guys and did an article. And the thing was, this
shit. So it got serious. Wow.
This thing was supposed to be for charity. So this was a charity thing that they were doing.
Wow.
And basically, yeah, if you're tracing, and you're doing that, and I mean, they literally, all these panels and stuff were coming out constantly over the last couple of days. I mean, we're talking where you literally see what the original art actually was in comparison to what they were doing. And dude, it was uncanny. It was unbelievable. And that's what they got called out for. But the thing was, if the event is for charity, and this is the major bone of contention that most of the people criticizing them have, is if it was for charity and you realized that your artists, made a mistake by copying Jim Lee's work, why not just get different artists, allow a different artist to come in, or that same artist, and just tell the artist to draw in your own style. Don't copy Jim Lee's work. Draw in your own style and do your own thing, and we'll make it. My thing is, if it's something like this for charity and it's a fan event, It should be for fans by fans. So I don't understand why they didn't just allow them to do that, and then that way, you could have continued doing the project. But there's a lot of things that was going on behind the scenes that we don't really know about, that we're not privy to. And so I kind of feel like blaming it on the negative, blaming the cancellation of the project on the negative backlash from the fans, I kind of felt like was a really unfair thing. It's like the kid at the basketball court who is playing basketball with a bunch of kids and gets caught cheating, and then he gets mad and says, I'm taking my toys and going home, and he's the one with the basketball, and he leaves the playground full of kids with no basketball to play with. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. You can't blame these people for calling you out if you did something legitimately wrong, whether it was your fault or not. You were legitimately called out. So I don't understand why you would be so thin-skinned and allow that to cause you to shut down a charity project. Because if it's really a charity project, you make your adjustments and you move forward. So I don't understand what that was all about. So that kind of bothers me. But I think really what happened was, and this was even addressed in a statement that Lightcast put out, something about the constant legalities of the situation that weren't straightened out. And so what I think that means was that behind the scenes, they probably were told by Warner Brothers that they couldn't do it, or it was something where they didn't have the rights to do the things that they wanted to do. So they didn't dot their I's and cross their T's. And that's why, that was the real reason. But what they're doing is they're trying to say that it's because of the negative fandom. And I don't think that that's a good direction to go, because you're going to have negative fandom no matter what you put out. No matter what you do, somebody's going to crap on it. It's just the way things are.
Yeah.
If you're that, like I say, if you're that thin-skinned, then you really shouldn't be trying to do a project like that. If you're going to take it that personally, then I feel bad because there's a lot of talent. There was a lot of talented people involved in this, but if you're gonna have that attitude, then it's probably for the best that you canceled the project, because you're not really committed to it. If it's a charity event, you're going to be committed to it no matter what, and you're going to put your all into it. So that's how I kind of felt about it. I could see their perspective because they put a lot of hard work into it, but I could also see the perspective of the negative, where people were calling them out and people were upset. So that's kind of the whole thing. But I just got to the point, Johnny, where
I hear you. Like it's bad all the way around. And it's kind of sad that they set this whole thing to a fan versus fan thing, where this because fandoms are always on the verge of cannibalizing themselves, and situations like this is just going to make it worse. And like you guys had one of the greatest victories ever, and you possibly could have a second one. I'm not too personally convinced that the Snyderverse is going to actually ever be reborn, but it could, because I never thought that Warner Brothers would release the original film. So but with shit like this happening and people pointing fingers and the scene cannibalizing itself, it's definitely going to hinder that now. Right. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's my whole thing. And it's like, for me, that was the whole thing I was thinking. Like, I don't want these guys to get in trouble. These guys, their hearts are in the right place. They're doing something positive. I don't want these guys to get in trouble. Oh, yeah.
Z and Dawson have been so good to me too, man. Like they're
good people.
Great guys.
And that's the thing. They're good people. I didn't want to see them get crapped on, but I didn't like seeing Lightcast, kind of leave them high and dry either, where Lightcast just kind of,
but now I completely understand the context of Rashan's comment here, though. So yeah, well, a little bit.
Well, and that's the thing. If you're, and that how the old saying goes: if you're innocent, you don't run. You don't run. You don't have no reason to run. Lightcast turned tail and ran. Why did he run? He didn't have to run. And you know what makes it so funny? Like most people have, and most other people have said this on a lot of different streams. If they would have just came out up front and just admitted it and said, well, yeah, you know, we did a little tracing here. We're trying to get this project out as quickly as possible. It's not, you know, it's not going to be exact. We're doing our own thing. We're adding our own adjustments. If they would have, you know, just put out a statement and you know, they could have put out a statement and most people would have been okay with it. That's why I'm saying I think it has more to do with the legalities behind the scenes with WB than it does the fandom. And I don't think
about right.
And I don't think it's a good idea to keep blaming the fandom and pointing fingers at certain people in the fandom, pointing fingers at certain sections in the fandom and saying you're at fault for this, because fandom is always going to be at each other's throats. That's how it is. That's how it's always been. That's how it's going to continue to be long after we're all dead and gone. So you have to look at this. You got to be an adult in the room sometimes, and you got to look at all this and understand that you're going to have issues and you're going to have adversity. And it's not about, you know, poor me and in the victim element of it. It's about how you handle the diversity and how you carry on. That's going to define you in the future. That's why I feel bad for Dawson. I feel bad for Zeverfed. I feel bad for Nicotina. I feel bad for ACS. I feel bad for all those guys. But at the same time, I feel like the whole thing could have been handled better. And again, you know, without knowing exactly everything that went on, I just feel like, you know, Lightcast seemed to like he was like the main spokesperson for the project, and a lot of the things that Lightcast said turned out to not be true. So that's the other thing. If you're gonna be dishonest and you're not going to tell the truth about what you're doing or how you're doing it, when you do a charity thing like this, you have to be transparent about what you're doing. Because Screen Rant put out an article that basically just threw salt on the wound, because Screen Rant not only accused him of tracing, but at some point Screen Rant said something about money being raised for charity and for the Restore the Snyderverse movement, making it seem like the money wasn't going to go completely to charity, which Nicotina debunked on his stream yesterday. He said that they weren't. He said that wasn't true. That was categorically untrue, and that part he doesn't even know where Screen Rant got that idea that the money wasn't going 100% to AFSP.
Well, so, Screen Rant to clickbait ass fucking news.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the other thing too. That's the other thing too. I said, when I read that article, I was like, well, Screen Rant, yeah, you got to consider the source. You know, you gotta understand that you're dealing with a real clickbaity, irritating rag. I like to call them scum rant, because that's what I think they are. I think they're scum. I don't trust them. I don't like them. And anytime they put out an article, it always feels like a hit piece, and they got a bunch of scumbags working for them. And yeah, I said it, scum rant. Okay.
I can't argue with you, man. They're a wannabe Collider, and they're half-assed at that. And who the fuck wants to be Collider?
They're not even good. They're not even good. They're not even good at that. Why would you want to be Collider? That's like the worst. That's like the worst thing in the world.
But thank you very much for explaining that to me. I'm sorry that I made you dredge it up, but
no, it's okay. I didn't mind. I again, I wanted to say, kind of say my piece on it too, because some people were asking, and again, like I said, I don't have any ill will towards any of those guys. They all know that I'm cool. I actually was a little bit hurt. Like I would say about 1% hurt that I wasn't asked to be a part of the project. Because I know all these guys. Like, I know all these guys. I've streamed with all these guys before.
Me too. I can draw like Jim, like it's nobody's business. I can draw big-ass guns and big boobs. I mean, hell.
Oh, my God. I'm like, they didn't even tap into it. I'm like, do they realize the kinds of people that they have in the fandom that they could have reached out to. There's so many great artists and actors and actresses and people that like would have been willing to do things. I said, I've got a lot of experience working on fan films. I said, I've been involved in the production of about 5 or 6 different fan films over the years. I said, I know what goes into these projects and all these things. So I was kind of like, I was like 1% hurt that I wasn't asked to be a part of it. And I'm like, well, gee, I didn't realize I burnt my bridges with you guys. Like I really liked you guys. And I kind of felt like, well, why wouldn't you ask me? But then when I started to see some of the other names and some of the people that were involved in it, I kind of put 2 and 2 together and thought, okay, yeah, those people don't like me. They don't want me to be a part of it. So I got over that part. But like I said, it's one of those things where it all turned out for the best anyway. If their legality stuff isn't straightened out first and foremost, then it's probably for the best that the project doesn't get released. You don't want to have that. And like I said, I don't want to see any of those guys get in trouble. It's just not a good scenario. So that's my thoughts on that. That's my 2 cents on the motion comic thing. That dude Ben says you can believe in science, but also admit that there are things that science hasn't quite explained. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Which again, to me, simulation theory. Koopy Malik says, I think Sonia's mad at me.
No.
Koopy Malik, Sonia is not mad at you. Sonia actually said to me yesterday, that she really wanted to hear your take on the woman in white. She was really upset that things got to the point where they did, where you didn't really get a chance to really express what you were trying to say. So it's kind of, I can honestly tell you that no, Sonia is not mad at you. Rushman says, what?
Oh, this comment, it's hilarious.
I got a lesson yesterday, never to introduce my girl with my weird friends. Yeah, that's a good lesson. And Rushman, you also said a great thing yesterday. You said at the end of the stream, he commented, Zod to Zohar, you ruined my date, man.
Oh man!
I mean, it was just hilarious, and it was like the perfect capper to the night. Like what can you do? Like, there's no place else that you can go. It's just kind of hilarious. I'm like, wow, that was great. Who are the weird friends? Oh, there's a lot of weird friends. People like Zohar. Well, I will say that was definitely weird. Like, that was weird. I mean, I think just generally speaking, not even attributing it to Zohar directly, but just saying that it was just weird overall. Like, it really made no sense how it did. Well, actually, I think if you listen to it, you can kind of see how it eventually became what it became. It was like a tapestry of something that just like unravels and then just eventually becomes all gooey like a fruit roll up, kind of like that. Koopy Malik says, you mean like me? No, not like you, man. You were doing your best. You absolutely were doing your best. Rushman says, I mean, it's okay to disagree, but antagonizing is a sin. Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, you can disagree. And like I said, it's always okay to disagree. You can disagree. I don't mind disagreeing. I disagree with my friends all the time. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, like I disagree with my friends, with some of my friends' views on this motion comic thing. I disagree on that whole thing. I think it was handled poorly, and I don't think that you should blame the fandom for it, the negative side of the fandom. I don't think you should blame them for it. But at the same time, I can totally see their perspective and understand why they feel the way that they do. But I disagree. So it's okay. It's okay to disagree. And I don't love those guys any less, and I support them and whatever. But it's like it is. It's okay to disagree. You can have your viewpoint. You just don't need to be disrespectful about it, Disagree, but don't be a dick about it. That's the reality here. Koopy Malik, sometimes I consider myself as weird.
Yeah, but the good kind of weird, man. Like, we're all weird here. I mean, we spend hours every week arguing about Superman and who makes the better Superman. So, like, yeah, it's not like weird's a bad thing. I think it was a bad turn of phrase from Russian, but I get what he was meaning. He meant like the square. Actually, he should have said square instead of weird friend, because like in this scenario, Zohar was actually being a square. You know, he was being all scientific and shitting on everybody's fun time. You know, everybody wanted to tell spooky stories, and he wanted to tell everybody they were insane for believing in this stuff. And I don't think it was called for personally, but I didn't see the thing, so I don't know. But from what I've been explained to me, I don't think that the guy. I don't know why he walked into the conversation the way he did. I would never have done it. You know what I mean? Like, I know that there are certain times when people are talking about things that I know I'm going to be a dick if I go in there and talk about it. So I just don't call in, you know? Just don't do it.
Yeah, it's weird. Simon says, what's up, Zod, Sonia, and everyone? What's going on, Simon? Good to see you. That dude, Vince, says, not really being that much into DC. I like seeing the diversity in the content here and the channels I watch related to you, i.e. Poindexter, Saggy, etc. Yeah, I try to, that's what I try to do. I try to have a very diverse channel and talk about a lot of different things and do a lot of different content. I know for a while, you know, it was all the rage to talk about Snyderverse stuff, but I'm at the point now where I'm so sick of talking about the Snyderverse. Okay. It's like right now, there's nothing happening on that front. So there's no reason to be beating the dead horse and talking about it every single week. And for me, this thing here that happened with my friends with the motion comic, the last straw for me for a while. I don't want anything else to do with it until there's some sort of an announcement made.
There's news, hey,
yeah. Unless there's some sort of an announcement that we're going to get the air cut or whatever, I don't want to hear anything else about it, because to me, it's like you're just beating a dead horse at this point. Give Snyder some peace and allow him to work on his other projects and
promote Rebel Moon.
Stop beating up us over the head with this goddamn Justice League stuff. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm like, look, I got the Snyder cut. I'm happy. I got Man of Steel, BVS, Justice League. I can watch those movies back to back and enjoy the hell out of them. I don't care. It's like, listen, Snyder is doing the Lord's work. He's over at Netflix getting ready to do a Star Wars, his version of like a Star Wars epic for us. How much more awesome could it get if you're a fan of Zack Snyder? It's like I don't need to keep, you know, getting that bad karma of DC, because if you guys notice, most of the DC news and stuff that we've been getting lately has just been negative. It's just been negative. And I'm sick of it, man. I want to be positive and happy-go-lucky and get on these streams and talk about awesome stuff and fun stuff. And, you know, I want to talk about, you know, video game arcades and anime and the kind of horror and indie and stuff that, you know, me and Johnny are into. It's like, I'm not, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm a fan, but it's starting to even test my resolve at this point. Because I'm like, people won't shut up about it. People just every day. Do you guys realize that every day on this planet since Zack Snyder's Justice League was announced, it's been nonstop Snyder all day, every day. Nothing else. It's just, that's all anybody cares about. That's all anybody wants to focus on. And I get it, because I love Zack Snyder and I love his vision for the DCEU, and I would love for it to continue. But even at some point, you got to face reality and be like, okay, right now, there's nothing happening. So it's okay to talk about something else. We don't need to hear about every fart
you're not
in the
betraying
boardroom.
him. Yeah,
We
you're
don't
not
need to
the
hear about every fart in the boardroom, like Johnny would say. It's not that serious. We can chill out and enjoy the victory, like Johnny says. Enjoy the fact that we got the Snyder Cut. Jesus Christ, the Snyder Cut only came out in
It's a
March.
miracle.
Yeah. I'm just like, dude, stop and smell the roses for a minute. That's my whole thing. Like, my God, like this, and that's the other problem with, what happened this weekend. A lot of people's feelings got hurt and stuff over this nonsense. And it's just like, guys, just let it go. It's cool. It's cool to relax. Just pump the brakes on the Snyder stuff for now. And, diversify a little bit. My God, for real. That dude Vince says, do the watch party on Twitch. Comments here. Well, the thing I was thinking, Vince, is we can just do it here, and we don't even have to do it on Twitch, and we can have comments. It's perfectly fine. You guys, it'll be the same as what we're doing right now. It'll just be an unlisted stream. So it'll be live, but it'll just be unlisted, and you guys will all get the link, because I'll post the link for you guys, and you guys can come in and actually watch it. You guys won't have a problem seeing it. I'll make it available for all you guys. But no, I just, like I said, it's time. It's time to kind of take a breather, and come up for air, because God, I mean, I'm starting to wonder if even Zack Snyder's tired of hearing about Zack Snyder.
I'm pretty sure he is. That's why he keeps doing all these wonderful things at Netflix. And I think he wishes that his fans would talk more about the movies that he's making now, instead of the movies that they kind of wish that he would go back and make again. Because, I mean, like, Army of the Dead came out. It was great. And he's got all this stuff coming out for it. And you Snyder fans, I never hear you guys talk about it. Or if you do, it's an afterthought after you're done bitching about wanting the DC movies back. And it's like, dude, that guy's got like a whole nother universe that he's just birthed, and you're not throwing it any love. And it's kind of sad to me.
It's like, dude, I'm there. It's like, okay, look, I love it. It's like, I love his DC, but I got to tell you the truth. I'm more excited for what he has coming up, because the truth is the more original content he gets, the healthier it's going to be for him as a filmmaker, because Netflix isn't going to stifle him the way Warner Brothers does. So, listen, if I was him, I would want to be as far away from all this Justice League BS as possible. Honestly, I mean, it's like, give me a break. Like, he put out the Snyder Cut. It was a massive success. He loves it. We love it. Okay, cool. And I'm not one of those guys where I'm going to sit here and start telling people to move on. I'm just saying, pump the brakes for now and wait till we actually hear something that's worth talking about, rather than every day it's just like Johnny always says, it's just another fart in the boardroom. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. Just don't have Twitch save the VOD. My hero is one of my faves too. Oh, okay. Hey, Sonia. And Sonia G says, I'm cool, Koopy Malik. So there you go. You got your answer, Koopy. Sonia's not mad at you. Katsuka says, I really dig My Hero Academia. I never got into My Hero Academia. You know what I am watching a lot of, though, lately, and I feel like a kid. I've been watching a lot of Saint Seiya on Netflix.
What's that one? I don't think I know it.
I love Saint Seiya. It's very violent. It's not, I don't want to compare it to Fist of the North Star, but it's the same animation company. And there's a lot of epic fights. It's like you know what a good way to describe it would be, Johnny. It's almost like if you say Fist of the North Star is on one side of the spectrum and Dragon Ball Z is on the other side, right? Saint Seiya is in the middle.
So it's in that JoJo territory, kind of?
Yeah. It's more like it has more in common with JoJo and Fist of the North Star than it does Dragon Ball. But it's in that, that spectrum. But it's really, really great. And Netflix has done a lot of different things with it. They've actually have the old series from the 80s on Netflix. They've got a new series that they did, and Discotheque just recently released a box set of all the movies, subtitled the anime movies, the OVAs, and there's something else too, but it's really good. I actually really
It's going on the
enjoy it.
list. I'll check it out, man. Sounds
Johnny,
good.
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, my God. And it's like it's about all these characters. They get specific like armor, and they're able to fight with the specific armor that they have. And it's all about these champions protecting the Greek goddess Athena. And it's about generations.
Dude, I love mythology, man.
It's about generations of these warriors protecting Athena. It's brilliant. It's freaking great. I love the 80s version. I love the later versions, and they got most of it on Netflix. I'm not gonna lie, they got most of it on Netflix. And one weekend I just sat there and I just like vegged out, and I was just binging like the old series, and I'm like, I didn't want to turn it off. I'm like, this is like incredible stuff. I love this. And I'm like watching it, thinking, my God, man, this to me is cool. Since I've watched so much Fist of the North Star and stuff, it's nice to get something else that's kind of on that level and kind of on the level of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but like it tells its own story and does its own thing. And it's not like cheesy like Dragon Ball. It kind of just does, But yeah, like I say, it's kind of the middle ground. It's like you're right there, but it's bloody and violent too. So it's cool. It's good stuff.
Right on.
That dude Vince says, I can always add you as an authored broadcaster on my Twitch. Oh, that's cool, man. Let's see.
I have no idea how to work Twitch, so
Fanonly is like the G-rated OnlyFans. Oh,
when you said we were going to do a fan only stream, he was saying it was like a rated G OnlyFans. Kinky boy, yeah, we'll put that on for you if that's what you want.
Kids. Oh my God. Kupi Malik says, Katsuka, what is the catchphrase for My Hero Academia?
Plus ultra. Everybody knows that.
Integrity 101 says the Zohar thing was blown out of proportion, and yes, I was disappointed the comments were removed, as I proved very clearly with quotes from both of them. Both sides were guilty of the exact same thing.
That's an Integrity tweet that doesn't say inevitable in it. Wow.
Yeah. Integrity 101. Let's let it be at this point.
Amen.
And whoever runs the simulation hates most of us. And Zohar says, actually, I believe the simulation way more than spirituality. That at least is possible. Now, you see, and Zohar, yesterday, I really wanted to get into that. I really did. I was like, at one point I was going to mention simulation theory, but we'll have to do that, man. One of these days, if you want to do if you would like to do a stream where we talk about simulation theory and all the things you brought up yesterday, me, you, and Johnny, we can do that. We can do like an episode like this on a Tuesday night, and we can talk about that. If you'd like to do that, I don't have a problem with that. Like I said, I don't have issues with your viewpoint on any of that. You know me, man. I'm your friend. I don't have issues with that. My only issue was how it just went completely off the rails yesterday with Sonia. But as far as the actual discussion and the substance of it, I'm all about having conversations like that, brother. So that's not a problem at all for me, man. That dude Vince says, "Oh, Zohar is here." Oh, hey, I'm not going to comment. Just listening and eating in an out burger. Maybe my spirit will comment. Okay, Zohar, that's cool. Katsuka 92 says Zohar, and that dude Vince says In and Out must be social or Vegas. I don't get it. That one went over my head, Vince. I've never had In-N-Out before. I had In-N-Out burger once when I was in California a long time ago. Zohar says, "Sweet sup, peeps. Yesterday was fun. Just gonna eat and enjoy the discussion. Won't say anything. Thanks for the love." OBS StreamYard call yes. Cali yes. Okay. Animal style. That dude Vince. Zod just mentioned my name. I responded. Yeah, no, no disrespect towards you or anybody else, Integrity. I'm cool. Like I told you earlier, man. Everything is a balance. It's cool. Don't worry, man. It's no problem at all. Zohar says, "Okay, dinner time. I'm starving. Had a long day, and every one of my clients believes in spirituality, so I'm exhausted."
Oh man, right on.
Right on, dude. Integrity 101. I didn't see his first comment at first. All good. Sonia said the burger joint. That dude Vince. I love animal style on my burger only. It started in the chat. There was no dancing. Rushman says 4 nerds are liars. I don't really know. Like I said, Rushman, I can't really speak on that because I wasn't there behind the scenes. I just feel bad because I know how personally they took everything and how personally they took the attacks and stuff. I'm more mad at Lightcast because I feel like Lightcast kind of left them high and dry, and that's my issue. I feel like Lightcast kind of he just like took his toys and went home, and that to me is like a coward's way out. He didn't have to do all that.
Even if they are, they're still my boys. So like,
yeah,
I like the 4 nerds.
Yeah, I'm not gonna crap on anybody here. I'm just saying that I think it really does come down to perspective. And we don't know because we weren't involved in the actual production. We weren't involved behind the scenes. So that's the kind of thing you got to like weigh all of those things. Like if I was involved in it, like if they had asked me, I would have had a different perspective because I would have been able to give my 2 cents and would have been able to say, well, guys, I think we should do it this way or you should do it that way. There's a lot of different things that there's a lot of different things from my fan film background that I would have suggested if I was involved in the project. But since I wasn't involved and since I don't know about the behind the scenes legalities and things that they had to deal with, I'm not gonna, I can't really comment. But I just do feel bad that it seems like Lightcast has just kind of left everybody high and dry and left them to fend for themselves. So that's kind of where it's at. But who knows? We could be completely wrong, and they could be liars. I don't know, but I'm not going to comment on it. Sweet Sonia G says, "Hey, Rustin." Okay. Hey, Sonia. How are you doing? Zohar, just chill. We were good. Remember my comment from earlier. Awesome. Dawson is lying. He'll be back soon. I don't know. He was really, really upset, and I actually think that him leaving Twitter is going to be a good thing for him because he's a lot more. Dawson is a lot more on the positive side of things. He tends to be a much more positive person.
Yeah,
he's kind of a happy-go-lucky kid, and I don't think that for some people, they have their breaking point with Twitter. I know that Matthew Lightcast, I know he'll eventually be back because I kind of look at him as sort of like the narcissist in this situation. Like, he's just theatrically posturing now. I know he's going to be back at some point, and there's no way he deleted all that content on his YouTube channel. I mean, he interviewed Zack Snyder, for Christ's sake.
No, he privated it all. It's all
he archived it all. He didn't delete nothing. He'll be back. But Dawson, I don't know.
He's really sensitive. He's a really, really compassionate person. I the man I know, I wouldn't call a liar.
Yeah,
I think
I
that when
wouldn't
he
count on
says
him.
something,
Yeah.
he means it, to tell you the truth.
I wouldn't count on and I wouldn't count on Dawson coming back to Twitter. I mean, he's a good dude. I'm not gonna sit here and crap on him. I mean, like I said, I may disagree with those guys on how they handled the whole thing, but I don't think that they were in it for disingenuous reasons. And speaking of another good dude, another great guy who's joined us before we start the movie. We're just going through the chat right now. Lord Koj, welcome back to the ZodWriter Show, brother.
Welcome. Hey, thanks, brothers. Thanks for the warm welcome, as always. I appreciate it.
You know, man, you know we love you. Dude, we haven't even started the movie yet. We've just been going over I'm still going over all the chat here. The chat's been on fire today. It's been quite great, actually. So
beautiful.
So it's been that pretty
dude
beautiful.
Vince. I see people.
Yeah, people are, so people, people were, we were just kind of finishing up the discussion on the, we were kind of just, finishing up the discussion, and I was just kind of giving my 2 cents on the whole motion comic debacle from this weekend. And,
oh, wow.
And like I said, and like I keep trying to tell everybody, it's like, there's different perspectives here. And because a lot of us were not involved behind the scenes, it's hard for us to really, gauge what actually happened and what actually went wrong. Only they really know. But I believe that it was more about legalities behind the scenes with Warner Brothers than it is anything that any negative fan base did or didn't do. So,
really? Okay.
Sweet Sonia G says, I'm wonderful, and yourself, Rushman. And Belle Reeve says,
hey,
Belle Reeve says, damn. Yes. See, that's what I say every time Belle Reeve comes into a room. I'm like, damn. Sweet Sonia G, it got out of control in the chat, and I saw exactly what it was going to go on stream. So that dude Vince was kind of clairvoyant in that situation. I'm good too, Sonia. Can't wait for you to join the stream. And plagiarism is unacceptable. I completely agree, KP. Plagiarism is unacceptable. Don't be like Lightcast. Don't be a tracer. That's all I'm saying. Don't be a tracist. Okay. And Sweet Sonia G says, yeah, Vince. And again, plagiarism is unacceptable. Accountability over entertainment. I agree. Sweet Sonia G, glad you're okay. Was telling my girlfriend about everything that happened. She's into the same stuff as well. So she was a bit appalled as well, to put it mildly. Mm-hmm. There's a fine line between plagiarism and homage. Yes, I agree. I agree with everything people are saying right now, yeah. To be honest with you. I mean, there's no excuse for plagiarism on that level. There's no excuse for copying the most prolific artist in DC history and trying to pass it off as your own work. It doesn't make
anybody
sense.
that came up drawing in the 90s has some Jim Lee in their style, in the story. I mean, like, he was so influential.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but like you said, they could have came to me for my, for my fan film background. They could have came to you for you know how to draw like Jim Lee, and you would have bet.
Well, and I could get them in contact with all kinds of creators and artists, man. I know all them Kickstarter guys and shit. So,
yeah, exactly. So the thing is it's like they don't realize, like, the pool of talent. It's like, dude, we know you, you know these guys, but I mean, again, it was about appealing to a certain group of people. So we won't name names, but that's ultimately what what it is. And Koj knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that if you don't mind.
No, go ahead, please.
No, like, another problem is just this is a product of division, whether people are in the right or wrong. Back in the day when everyone was friends once upon a time, whether people agreed or not, there was still like a kind of professional conversation about what's the best thing to do as a group and the community. But now everything's in different sects and all that. Some people may not get another perspective, another professional outlook on things or whatever. So it's just kind of weak overall. And I'm not saying that bad way, but I'm just saying that there's a lack of communication that could probably avoid certain things or go about things in a better way and include more people who for their talents, not their connections or favoritism.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. Case in point, it was like I was saying earlier. I was a little bit low key irritated that I wasn't asked to be a part of the project, and I will admit that because I feel like I could have contributed something to the project. I'm like, I have a fan film background. I've worked on several of them. I know what goes on behind the scenes. I said I could have used some of the connections that I know. I could have, used some of my knowledge and maybe help them avoid some of the loopholes and pitfalls that they got into with this project. Again, like Johnny was saying, Johnny's an artist himself. He has a lot of connections. There's a lot of people that they could have reached out to, but like you said, it was a product of division that essentially was only meant to cater to a specific group of people. And then people were getting butt hurt for getting called out for things that they were legitimately called out for. So to me, that's what the crux of the problem is. But at the same time, I don't feel like everybody involved was necessarily involved for malicious reasons or anything. I think people had good intentions going in, but at the same time, when you're doing something for charity, you make adjustments and you carry on. You don't cancel the project and then blame it on negative fandom. That doesn't make any sense, because if you're going to blame negative fandom, you'll never do anything, because there's always going to be negative fandom. If Zack Snyder listened to negative fandom, we never would have got BVS or the Snyder Cut, because there was all this backlash when Man of Steel came out.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't base your decisions on negative fandom and then come out crying and whining that the fandom doesn't like us, the fandom doesn't want us, the fandom this, the fandom that. No, you don't do that. You man up and you make your adjustments and you move forward. And the simple thing would have been, and I said this before, I said if I was on the committee, I would have told them straight up, you do not have these artists draw in the style of Jim Lee. You let these artists draw in their own style, and you celebrate and embrace these artists for who they are and allow them to draw these characters in these panels in their own style. That's what you do. That's how you do the motion comic. That's how you make it unique. You don't emulate the most prolific artist in DC history. You basically just, that's the thing I don't understand. I mean, I understand, from a conceptualization standpoint, the idea was they wanted to keep in line with Jim Lee's art, because Jim Lee was the one who sketched, sketched the original tablets that Zack Snyder put out. But at the end,
also is Jim Lee's art for all the steelbook cases that are comic book drawn for all three films.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I understand that, but what they also have to remember is, this was a fan project for fans by fans. So you want to highlight that and highlight all the talent that you have in the Snyderverse movement. And by doing that, you can showcase how great these artists are without having to emulate anybody. I'm sure a lot of these artists would have been happy to draw the art in their own style, like an anthology kind of a thing.
Yeah, but the division gets in the way. Another thing I'm disappointed in is I got into it with someone, like, I think early last week, or I forget when. But I was making a point that, it was an advertising point, like, oh, the goal is for AFSP. And my debate with the person was like, okay, charity shouldn't be a selling point for the reason why I thought the project was a bad idea, and I have a long list of reasons why, but nothing malicious. If people like it, that's cool. But my thing was like, I wasn't sold on the idea, and then someone tried to sell me on the idea, saying its goal was for AFSP, and I'm like, that is good too. We should all be doing that on the regular. You could donate at any time. There's a link to it. I have it on my channel. So we should always be helping and not waiting for someone else to say, okay, it's okay now to help. You know what I mean? For AFSP, this is like a lifelong commitment, in my opinion.
I 100% agree.
Yes. Yeah, so if that is a selling point, then that is the goal. And to give up on the goal for AFSP for other political or technical or opinion reasons, whatever, we could talk about that all day. I personally don't like that it's easy to give up on a charity when it was paraded so strongly in the beginning. That bothers me, because throughout this whole infighting thing, we've had everyone trying to do their own thing to help AFSP in a way. And instead of you can anonymously help a charity. I've helped everyone, even the ones I don't like. You could do it anonymously, or you can match what they're doing through their charity and go straight directly to AFSP if you don't like that person. At least you're taking inspiration of what needs to be donated to AFSP and put it there. And this is when I think some people are in it for themselves, because they're putting their own personal beefs over the goal to help other people worldwide with suicide prevention. How come that takes a back seat when it's convenient? And how come that takes a front seat when it's convenient? That's my problem with the thing. I agree. Not the motion comic. I know my disapproval is just personal. That's why I didn't ran on their parade. Shoot, people could ran on my Snarka Fighters. It's like the same shit. But, well, no, it's different. But you know what I mean. But it's just that the importance of AFSP to all these people in the infighting keep fluctuating. It's on top, and then it's on the bottom. Right.
The goal
bothers me, because I've supported AFSP for like 15 years, and that's what I don't like about the whole.
Yeah, the goalposts keep moving when it's, and that's why I keep saying a charity event should not be determined or should not be accepted or discarded based on fan backlash. One has literally nothing to do with the other. If you're gonna be like that, and let's just for the sake of argument.
I gotta get my laundry. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Let's just for the sake of argument say that that's the reason that they decided to quit. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say fan backlash was the reason that they did not continue with the project, because the fans were nasty about it, or they got a lot of hate for it. If that's really the reason, then it was not about AFSP, just like Lord Koj is saying. If it's about AFSP, you're going to just man up, and you're going to understand that negative stuff is going to come no matter what you did.
How far along the project were they done? Like, how was the art? Was it close to being like finished and put out when they canceled it, or were they still in the middle? Because it sounds like you said they had some of the audio recorded, but
they had all the audio recorded. The audio was done. The audio is done.
But was it edited? Like, does anybody commented on
from what I know, it's completely done. The editing for the audio portion of it is done. It's just the art. So the art is what's holding things up. The audio has allegedly been done for months now. And basically there's an actor who did a voice actor role in this for the Riddler, named Scott Fowler, a guy who's been campaigning to be the Riddler in Zack Snyder's movies for a while. He's an actor, and he put out a little snippet for his role, like a 4-second snippet for his role as the Riddler, where just like a sample of how he sounded in the role. And underneath that, I was in that chat, and I said, so why don't they just put this out as an audio drama? Because all the audio was done. So I'm like, why don't they put it out as an audio drama? And then Ryan Zieverfett comes out and says, his exact words were, no, we're not releasing anything. The fandom doesn't want it. So again, it's going back to leaning.
Yeah, that was a bad take. If he actually said that,
leaning on the fandom. Yeah, he actually said, and I will quote. I will go into the actual quote right here. The quote was, I asked, so why not just release this as an audio drama? And the actor Scott Fowler responded and said, "Good question, dude. I think that would still be cool." And this was the actor who played the Riddler in the motion comic. And then Zeverfett responded, this was exact. He said, "Nope, not releasing anything. The fandom spoke and said, go away." That's his exact, those were his exact words. I was reading directly from the Twitter thread. So again, the reason, and that's why I agree with Koj, because it's like, if you really break it down and you look at it, it really does come off very self-serving.
It sounds like it's salvageable. It sounds like it could be reworked. Like you said, they might need to get the artists to redraw a lot of stuff, which would be a pain in the ass. But I mean, like, it's not like there's a time set that like this thing needs to come out before the film or something, because as far as we know, the film's never going to get made. So like, I don't, and it's for charity. It's supposed to be for this big thing. And it seems like people's egos are getting in the way, and it looks like it's going to cause, another rift in a scene that's already got rifts, and it's already starting to cannibalize itself. When I watch the infighting between you guys on Twitter, and it's a little disheartening, especially because of how fucking great your guys' one victory was. I mean, honestly, like, it's weird, but I've seen so many fandoms do it. It's not surprising. It's just a little disappointing, you know what I mean? Because you guys fucking won. Most other fandoms don't even win before they get to this point.
Exactly, and that's why I say, like how is it about AFSP if it all hinges on some negative backlash from some fans who were going to complain no matter what you did? I just don't get it. I feel like you can't have it both ways. You can't put something out like this.
Well, the angry fans would back off if they changed the art. That was the point of contention.
That was the problem. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. The artwork was the problem, and there was actually a plan. Lightcast had posted that there was actually a plan to replace the artists and change the art. That was actually...
I'm starting to see your point of view. I'm thinking that like they were legitimately probably getting leaned on by DC if they just shit can the thing when it's still salvageable, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Because I know I can see some people having their feelings hurt a little bit, but I mean, to just trash it, nah, man. Like, I think that you're right. I think that somebody came and told them that they couldn't do it. And
I really believe it was. I really believe they got like a cease and desist behind the scenes, or they got actually told by Warner Brothers. That's what I think happened, because you really can't. And again, even if that is the case, so say that's the case. Now let's use that for an argument. Let's say Warner Brothers told them you can't do this. If they came out and publicly said Warner Brothers are stopping us from releasing this, that would put more people in their corner, because
it would unify you guys again.
Now the studio is being a-holes again and kicking the fans down when they want to do this project for AFSP. So I don't understand how you're going to sit there and try to use the fan backlash as the sole reason why this project got canned. To me, it's like it's not a good look. You guys are not making yourself look good. And Koj made some excellent points. You're moving the goalposts for AFSP, and if it was about AFSP from the get-go, nothing would stop this unless WB is saying, you guys can't do this. We'll go after you. We'll sue you into oblivion. Well, at that point, then you can literally say, Warner Brothers stopped us from doing this. We cannot do this project. Okay, we can respect that. We can understand that. Don't try to blame it on another side of the fandom for political purposes. Don't try to blame it on your detractors. Your detractors are going to be your detractors, whether you're putting out a motion comic or not. Your detractors don't care what you think. This fandom is so divided that somebody spits in the wrong direction and people are at each other's throats. So again, if it really is an issue of the fandom didn't want it, they told us to go away. If that's your legitimate statement on it, then you never should have gotten involved and tried to do anything like this in the first place, because your heart's not in it for the right reasons. if you're going to promote AFSP, then you make it about AFSP, and you don't get mad when people call you out for something that your artist obviously did. If your artist got caught red-handed tracing stuff, then change your artists, make some adjustments, apologize, and move on. What's the big deal? I don't understand it. It's like it's the classic case of literally making a mountain out of a molehill. Honestly, my God, I've never seen anything like it. And then you should have seen, Johnny, all the people who were jumping ship, putting out statements the other day, like, oh, it is with a heavy heart that I must withdraw from the Justice League motion comic. And it's all these different people that were like voice actors and like who had parts that they actually were going to do, like voices that they were going to play in the comic book. And it was like, come on, give me a break. Like, you seriously are like that. You're like that butthurt that you can't see past this and try to find some common ground. And it's like you said, Johnny, the bone of contention was the artwork, not the project itself. So if the artwork was adjusted and changed, then therein goes away your problem, and maybe the fan base would have rallied behind you a little more. But you're always going to have negative people. You're always going to have detractors. So, I mean, it makes no sense to use that as an excuse. What do you think, Koj? You still there, or are you still washing stuff?
I think his laundry still got him his attention, but
yeah. So you know what, man? That's why I feel the way I do. Like I said, I'm not blaming anybody specifically, because again, I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but I just don't like the narrative of it's the negative faction of the fandom that ended the motion comic, and the way these people are over dramatizing it and making it seem, I mean, you would think that like the fans had the power to shut this down. Like really?
Well, and the sad thing is I mean, maybe not a motion comic that's directly based off of scripts or anything, but I think like if the fans got together and actually started making their own little comic books about the Snyder DC universe, I think that would be a really neat thing to kind of tackle. I mean, I have friends that do that sort of thing with certain books that they're into, and they're wonderful. I think it's really great. And since DC for some reason is not tapping that gold mine of a market,
Right.
they should be. Your friends should be able to make really cool Snyder
I gotta say,
Justice League comics that they can't really make money off of them, but I'm pretty sure they will turn out huge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you look at like I keep saying, you look at all the talent you have within the movement. You have artists, you've got writers, you've got artists, you've got musicians, it's such a big worldwide phenomenon. And people limit themselves to one small clique or one small group because these people over here have access to this person, or these people over there have access to that person. And I think it just derails the whole thing. If you really care about the movement and you really care about awareness for AFSP, you could do what you want to do without crapping on anybody. And I honestly feel, so that's why I say I've resigned myself to the fact that it was probably Warner Brothers behind the scenes that told them, no, guys, you cannot do this. And that's what the real reason is. I don't buy for a second that it was, oh, toxic fandom. Oh, so many toxic fans that just don't appreciate good things. This is why stuff like little statements like this, Johnny, this is why we can't have nice things.
Well, I mean, like I talk about your guys' scene cannibalizing yourself, and I only know the warning signs of that because I've been going through it with my comic book fandom for I don't know, when did the gate start? 2016, 2015. And yeah, dude, there is a huge civil war, big rifts in the comic book world. I mean, there's just constant infighting, there's constant toxic fans from both sides of the spectrum, and it's a battle zone. So I mean, like, that's just a given that when you're dealing with these mediums, that like there's going to be that kind of a backlash, depending, no matter what your project is, what side you're going to be talking from, which charities you decide to donate to. I mean, like, all of it's going to end up with somebody mad at you that's going to cuss at you about it.
That's what
on
I
Twitter
say.
at the end of the day. I mean, that's just how.
I've got a philosophy now that I stick to. Everything that you say, everything that comes out of your mouth has potential to offend someone. And that is the credo that we should all live by. You're not going to avoid that. You're going to offend somebody with anything you say, whether you mean you're being positive or you're being negative. It's going to happen because people are people, and they just I just
That's why I'm not going to be mad at Zever for saying what he said. I don't know the context of what he was speaking. I don't know what his mindset was. I don't know what if he was angry, who he just got done talking with. I mean, he might have just got done with a really heated argument, and he was trying to be as calm as possible and explain the situation succinctly, and just had a bad take when he said that quote to you. That's why I'm not going to get mad at him. I'm not going to call Dawson a liar. Like, there are lots of scenarios here that we are not getting the full picture of, and we'll probably never will. All we can do is sit here and speculate like we've been doing. But knowing these guys, like I know them, and I don't even know them too well, not as well as you do, but I don't know them to be shady people. And I refuse to believe that they decided to just fuck everybody over. So
right. I feel like it has more to do with the the whole Lightcast situation than anything else. And that's another thing too. It's like, whose idea was it to just say, well, it was the toxic fans that caused this thing to disappear. I just don't get it. I'm very irritated by that point of view. And I think you could do it. We could decide tomorrow, Johnny, what you were just talking about, that we're going to make a comic book based on the Snyderverse, and we'll get all sorts of backlash for it. No matter what we do, it'll be, you'll have some people that'll love it, and you'll have some people that'll hate it, and you'll have some people that are in between. You're just not going to please everybody, no matter what you do. And if you go into a project like this believing that you can please everybody, believing that you're going to unite the fandom, then you
good luck. Yeah,
you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it at all, because you're not doing it. And that's where it gets into what Koj was saying about them being disingenuous when they're saying that AFSP was the driving goal. Because if it was about AFSP, you're not going to let something like a little fan backlash drive you away from the project. It's just not going to be there. I think it was a combination. Here's my take. It was a combination on two different things. It was all these people jumping ship, leaving the project because of Tracing Gate. And then it was Warner Brothers behind the scenes telling them that they needed to stop and that they couldn't do the project. That makes a lot more sense than saying, oh, well, toxic fandom. No, dude. I'm sorry. It's like, Zeverfett, I love you, bro, but it's not toxic fandom, man. Come on. You guys are better than that. I don't understand that. You guys have been fighting in the Snyder Cut movement for long enough to know how the fandom is. There's no reason for you to use that. You guys should have known before you even started this kind of thing that you were going to get backlash. And even that, the whole Jim Lee thing, the artwork, my God. I mean, if anything is going to get you guys derailed, it's going to be that thing. I mean, that for real. I'm just being honest here. No disrespect to anybody, but my goodness. Come on. Wow. So Sonia G says, oops, Rushton. Rushton says, LOL, you can call me Rush. That's easier to say, Rush. I like that. Thanks.
Yeah.
I still spelled your name wrong. Let me get out of this chat. I'll be joining the stream soon. That's great. I'm like an hour behind. So like Sonia's probably like just moments from joining the stream. Rush says, cool. That dude Vince says, I want to do streams about music. Been studying fair use on the subject. Yeah, dude, as long as you follow the rules, man, and you don't get in trouble, you don't get any copyright claims. That's the trick here. KP says dishonesty results to consequences. I agree. Hey Zod, you should watch Ryan's stream today. They actually clarified some of the things as well. As for Matt leaving, I think there's more to it than meets the eye. Yeah, no, I did see the stream. There was a stream. I didn't see anything from them today, but I did watch a stream yesterday with Ryan and Nicotina and Zever. Zever is Ryan, but Dawson was in the chat, expressing his displeasure with all the negative backlash. Again, my big problem is just the narrative that it's the negative fandom, the negative backlash that ended the project. I just don't buy that, because to me, if you're going to be negative, if you're going to end something because of negative backlash, you should never start it, because negative backlash is going to happen with everything you do, especially in this particular type of venue. Like people are, I mean, come on, if you're in the Snyder Cut movement for 5 minutes, then you know all you need to know about negative backlash. Come on. Speaking of Scum Rant, they adjusted the article, but it's already too late. Yeah. See, and there's that too. And then there's that too. Scum Rant with their BS article where they're trying to throw everybody under the bus, and because they get something wrong. They knew what they were doing. Scum Rant knew what they were doing when they put that line in there. You know what? Honestly, they got a good case. They got a good case against Scum Rant for defamation here, because that right there was enough to derail it, because that had people questioning what this project was really about. Because when you say that this is about charity, this is about AFSP, and they're going to donate 100% of the proceeds to AFSP, and then you have scumbags like Scum Rant coming in and putting things in their article where they're trying to make it seem like, trying to slant it one way and make it seem like, oh, well, not all the profits are going to AFSP. People in the Snyder Cut movement are going to be receiving a motion comic stimulus check. It's like that's what they make it seem like. Like I'm waiting for my motion comic stimulus check. I mean, come on, man. That's why I say with Scum Rant, you got to consider the source all the time. Oh, they're so unreputable. These guys, man. Oh boy. Just thinking about Scum Rant gives me a headache. Oh my God, they're all idiots. Everybody over there, they're all scumbags. Oh, jeez. Ow. It makes my brain hurt thinking about Scum Rant. Katsuka says, hola. And I don't know. Okay. Zohar says, I warned them, but he said, come in, so I do as Zod says. Kneel before Zod forever. Okay, Zohar. Well, point taken, brother. But Sonia invited people that wanted to share stories, not diagnosis. Okay. I am super freaking tired of the superhero genre. Oh my God, man. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Well, this movie that we're about to watch is not a superhero movie, so you guys are going to get a reprieve from superhero shit tonight. Zohar says it just went there. Sorry. Yeah. Again, Zohar, I know, man. I already know you're not, I'm not. Yeah. And I understood. I completely understood. That dude Vince says the topic gets views. Yeah. Rush says, to me, there's no no other films than Zach's and Nolan's take on superheroes that impresses me in this genre. Bell Reeve says, but we are DC fans, though. Exactly, Bell. We're DC fans through and through. And the thing about it is, you want to be happy and you want to talk about this stuff in a positive way. But when there's nothing really new, and we're just retreading the same ground over and over and over, it just gets exhausting. I mean, like I said, I love Zack Snyder with all my heart. He's my favorite American director, but geez, I mean, it's like you get to a point where you're just like, dude, he's not doing anything else with the Snyderverse right now. He's got other projects, and Warner Brothers has made it clear how they feel. I don't see, and I kind of felt like this whole big blow up with this motion comic thing over the weekend. To me, it was just like the last bit for me. I'm like, okay, I have to take a little bit of a break. Let's see. Most of the superhero movies are now entertainment, but I want films that make me think and talk about philosophy. The only two people who were able to do that in the genre were Zach and Nolan. Bell Reeve says we like his DC material, at least I do. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I can't ever disagree with you, Bell. You're 100% right. We love this stuff. We love this material, but it's just like, I mean,
but he makes so many other kinds of films, and his other films, in some people's opinions, are better than his DC work.
Yeah, he does a lot of great work, and like I said, I could be happier that he's doing other projects because that's good for Zach, and that's a beautiful thing that he's away from that damn stressful situation right now. I'm more of a Marvel simp, Bell Reeve. Oh my God, actually more of a Star Trek nerd. Oh, nice. That's cool. Attack on Titan, Feel the Power of the Goose. Are you
Sorry,
back?
That took longer, guys.
oh, that's okay. Did you hear everything we were saying?
No. I was I had to get the dog and then get my lunch. I have my new apartment. We all the clothes washing and all that is outside, a separate unit.
Oh, okay.
So someone thought my laundry was theirs, and I was like, that's mine. They're like, no. I was like, are you two a fan of Justice Kingdom? They're like, huh? I was like, okay, there you go. That was fun.
Tekka Man Blade is also pretty sweet.
Ooh, Tekka Man Blade is great.
And Zohar says, I'm down to chat with you, Zod. Let me know whenever. Yeah, man. Zohar, I'm thinking we can do this next Tuesday night on the ZodWriter show. Me, you, and Johnny. We can have that discussion, and Koj too if he wants to join us. We're gonna discuss. We're gonna talk. We're gonna discuss like spiritual philosophy and the whole idea, my theories about simulation theory and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna discuss all that next week. Sounds like fun.
Schrodinger's cat.
That dude Vince says SoCal, Southern California, Zod. Okay. Four nerds are nice folks. No one is perfect, mate. Yeah, no one is perfect. That's exactly right. Nobody's perfect. We're gonna watch Tomorrow's Joe. Yeah, we are. Yeah,
gonna watch the film. It's called Tomorrow's Joe. We're watching it tomorrow.
We're watching it tomorrow. Actually, it's a very good film. But like I said, right now I'm just trying to get caught up here with the chat, and we will. And once we're caught up here with the chat, I will start the film. I just don't want to leave. I don't like to leave out anybody's comments. I pride myself on going over every comment so that everybody gets their say. I think that's very important. Zohar says, I don't know much about simulation theories, but it definitely intrigues me, and I'm open-minded to learn from you. Awesome, man. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that next week. And I'm excited. We'll do that next Tuesday. Johnny, is that good with you? Does that sound
yeah.
good?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so hyped. This is going to be a lot of fun. I definitely love delving into all that kind of stuff, man. Cause I'm a simulation theory nut right now, man. I love it so much. There's like
a Babylon 5 fan, and that is a key element to all.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Bro. Oh my God. We're going to have fun. You got to be here too. You got to be here too if you can, Koj, because it's going to be fun. It'll be cool.
Hey, if I'm not here, I'm working or something.
Just a bunch of dudes spouting theories and debating religious elementaries and various things. It's gonna be fun. Rush says my problem with the 4 nerds is that they are still pushing the Lightcast narrative. They are not sorry blaming the fandom. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't like that theory. Yeah, they're blaming they're blaming the fandom for the project being shelved, but it's not the fandom. It's not the fandom that ended the project.
So it's shelved or canceled?
Canceled.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying shelved because they had most of the work done on it. The only thing that they were doing, what was taking the time, what was remaining was the artwork. Everybody's already done all their voice acting, allegedly.
Who was directing the voice acting?
I believe Lightcast was the director of the project.
Oh, okay. But was he directing the voice lines or just,
I believe so. I think he's like the director of the project.
Okay.
If you go by what's been said on social media and on some live streams, it was Nicotina's idea for the project initially, and then Lightcast became the director and the executive producer because of all of his connections.
Because usually for animation, you have either you definitely have to have 2. You have to have a voice director, and then you have a director. And unless the director also doubles for voice director, then it's just one.
Well, yeah, I know that, and you know that, but I don't know if they.
Yeah, I was just trying to put all the pieces together.
I was
shooting all weekend.
That's where we're sitting. It's like yeah, there was a bigger pool of people that they could have reached out to for this product, but they didn't, and it was a singular thing meant to elevate a certain group, and that's just about it at this point. Like I said, I don't really see the AFSP angle. So like you, it's ticking me off that was being touted so much because it really wasn't.
Oh, that's about AFSP for like a year and a half, maybe 2.
It's not about AFSP. If it's about AFSP, you finish the project, you man up. You don't worry about fan backlash. If you blame fan backlash, then get the hell out of the movement, because the backlash is always going to be there, dude. You could do anything and you'd still have backlash. So, plus, when I told them about my concerns about the motion comic, I was trashed by Dawson and got kicked out of a group and got told to F off. Wow.
What?
Rush, that is oh my God, that's terrible, bro. Wow. Dawson, of all people.
Yeah, I don't think he cussed.
I can't. Well, not only that, I'm like Dawson, like that's how Dawson came at you, bro. I mean, that's like, that to me is crazy. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know how wound up these guys were about this project, but I know, like I said, I know Dawson was pretty wound up because Dawson left Twitter over it. So that's what he said anyway. He put out a statement saying he was leaving Twitter. So I don't know. I just know that yeah, that seems out of character for Dawson, man. I'm like, holy cow, he's not like that. He's always been so positive and cheery about stuff. I can't believe it. I'm like, that to me that's a completely different side of Dawson, I have to say.
It may not have been him and Adnan. I've been in your position too once upon a time in this movement, and it's like somebody you don't expect attacking you out of like when you have an opposing perspective. And the shocking thing is when and where and who it comes from that you least expect, and that usually rattles anybody. But it's usually something that they're dealing with. If it's from someone that's like so out of character, so it could be something else. But either way, it's not right, and deserve that.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
I don't want to make. I don't
No
want
one
to
does.
speak, and I don't want to speak for Dawson or make excuses.
No, I don't either. I'm just saying the situation itself is not healthy. So just sit back
I'm just like
and let things set.
Wow. I mean, this is the point though. It's like the whole thing sounds like it just rubs so many people the wrong way. Like I don't know, man. And he says, I was the biggest supporter of 4Nerds, but I hate dishonesty. Yeah, I'm with you. Rush. And as you know, me and Sil Abdul were legacy members of the 4Nerds. We were there in the beginning when 4Nerds started, and 4Nerds wasn't like this, bro. So hey, I don't know. I sympathize with you, man, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's crazy. Zohar says, so I just tossed the In-N-Out bag in the trash, went to the fridge to get a Klondike bar, and then saw that the trash lid was still open. Did I forget to close the lid, or was it a ghost? I wonder. Too soon. I don't know. I think maybe you just forgot to close the lid. Zohar, really? Rush, okay, I get what you mean, but I'm trying to look at things from both perspective. There are always two sides to every story.
That is very correct.
There's always two sides to every story, but again, no matter how you look at it, and no matter how you feel about the 4Nerds,
there were some bad takes coming out.
There are some bad takes coming out of this thing, and no matter how you think about it, it is not cool. It is not cool to be pushing this narrative that it's the negative fandom that ended the project. I don't like that. Don't put that on fans, because you're doing a charity event. Don't put it on fans. Man up and tell us what the real reason is that you're canceling the project.
Wait, what did the fandom do? Did they draw it, or
they got mad because they traced Jim Lee shit, and they were like, people were saying,
so they're
like,
crazy. That does make sense, because that's plagiarism. Okay, I get it. I'm all caught up. Cool, thanks.
Right. You want to, that's the thing. They were legitimately called out for plagiarism. That was legit. You were getting called out for tracing. Don't be a tracist, and you won't get called out, and people won't come at you.
Well, that's kind of been a reoccurring theme. As soon as one person points out a concern, let's call it a concern, because we all love Snyder Cut. We all love Zack Snyder and all this stuff. So as soon as someone points out a concern, however heavy-weighted it is, or if you witness some mal-action from someone to another, all of a sudden, if you point that out, or if you're a witness, all of a sudden, you are a bad guy. It's happened to me, and I know it's happened to you.
Oh, I know.
And it's still happening around. And blaming the fandom kind of seems like that kind of thing.
Right, and it's
true. People can go too far, but that's individual based.
And if you notice, it's always the same group playing the victim and pushing this narrative. It's that same group, and we know who that group is. And quite frankly, I feel bad that the 4Nerds are tangled up with that group, because that's not how those guys are. Those guys are genuinely good guys, and they do not act that way. So when you see them getting mixed up with this group over here that has these initials, and they try to run everything, that's kind of and now they're playing the victim, just like the guy with the initials MD. I literally don't know how to take that. That to me is just ridiculous, and I hate to see that. That's what happens. I hate to see good people get caught up in toxicity, in BS, in support of a narrative that doesn't make sense. Honestly, pick a narrative, pick a good narrative. At least say, hey, Warner Brothers won't let us put this out. Okay. End of story. You don't have to start pointing fingers and blaming people, because once you start pointing fingers, blaming people, and playing the victim, that's when you have resentment. That's when you have people going at each other. That's when you have people taking sides and drawing a line in the sand. We don't need all that. The fandom is fractured enough as it is.
Also, that logic is self-damaging too, because instead of trying to improve a problem that's in your own house, you're putting the cause of the problem outside,
Right.
and kind of ignoring what needs to be done just to
Right.
do better or
Right.
not make the same mistakes.
Yeah, just deepening the divides that are already there in the fandom.
Is the negative did the negative people that are mad at them in the fandom, were they the ones who traced Jim Lee's artwork? Were they the ones that, that allowed that had these artists do that? Were they like Lightcast? Were he just up and left everybody high and dry? I mean, come on. If you're gonna apply blame where the blame is due. Don't blame other people and try to force it on people externally, because that's just crying the victim. That's
also it's also kind of like not manning or womaning up to
no.
It's okay to make mistakes. Sometimes we're assholes. Sometimes we're the bad guy, but it's not a permanent mark. It's just like, okay, we fucked up. The whole thing about life is just, okay, we get back up and do something better. But by avoiding that, you're ignoring that, and you're just missing this piece, and that's going to be a problem later on in life.
It's just so sad, because it's like, my God, you guys had a great idea. It's not like the idea was bad. It just was executed poorly. That's all. I mean, my God, and like I said, when Scott Fowler,
a motion comic would be.
When Scott Fowler was like, when Scott Fowler liked my idea, when I said, why don't you guys just do it as a audio, as an audio drama? And Scott Fowler was like, I think that'd be a great idea. Like, it's like, yeah, because it could be salvageable, because all the audio stuff was allegedly done months ago. So I don't understand this. If it's for AFSP, you could still salvage the project. You could still do what you need to do.
Well, like someone said in the chat, it wasn't really about that at all.
No, right. It wasn't about that. It was about pushing a narrative and going in a different direction. That's what it was about. And I'm not pushing a narrative. And it's like, I don't think that anything is good when you're pushing a narrative that essentially blames somebody else when you're the ones that got caught red-handed. The example I gave earlier was the kid at the playground with the basketball, and there's a bunch of kids playing basketball, and the kid who brought the basketball is the one that gets caught cheating. And when he gets called out for cheating, he says, I'm taking my toys and going home. And he takes his basketball and leaves the whole playground full of kids with no basketball to play with. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you blaming them? You got caught. You're getting called out legitimately. We have a legitimate reason for calling you out. Plagiarism is not a small thing. Tracing is not a small thing. If you're getting called out for it, just accept that you got called out for it. Say that you're going to make adjustments, apologize, and move on. You don't blame the fandom and can the entire project because, oh, everybody's too negative. We can't handle criticism, so we have to sit here and cry like babies because everybody crapped on us. I just will never understand that particular way of thinking. I'll never get how that gets you anywhere. And again, like you were saying, Koj, it's supposed to be for AFSP. So what happens? What happened to that part? What happened to AFSP now? Right? I don't know.
So was the thing like you buy this and funds go to AFSP?
No. They were gonna put it out. I think they were gonna put it out. It was gonna premiere, and you were gonna be able to watch it for free, but you could donate. I guess
like a click or something. Like on Twitch or something.
Like donate or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, I actually think it was going to be on. It looked like it was actually going to be on Lightcast channel because Lightcast Films is producing it and Lightcast was directing it. So I don't. Again, figure that out though, because Lightcast quit the internet. So figure that out. But 187 says too much drama. It was comic fans burying them. I got their back. I don't know. I'm just a normie. No, man, it's one. I understand what you're saying because there was a lot of negative backlash, but that's not especially when they were caught doing something that was legitimately bad that they should have been called out for. Listen, they their artists were called out for tracing. That is plagiarism. That is not a good thing. When you get called out for something like that, okay, people have every right to come at you over that, okay? And when you don't put out any statements, or you don't address it, and you just make it seem like, oh, it's the fans, they're being negative, that's not cool. You address the issue, you move forward. As a matter of fact, I think they did. I think that's the confusing part about it. I think Lightcast did put out a statement addressing that and saying that they were not going to use the artists that were tracing. They were going to get a new artist. They were going to do new art, and that they were going to carry on. And I think they even thanked everybody for their criticisms, both positive and negative. So there was a statement put out at some point, but then shortly after that, the whole project got canned, and Lightcast quit the internet. So the whole thing just seems very suspect. And then when they decided to, they decided to come back, and say, well, no, it was because of the fandom that it got canceled. Well, no, it wasn't because of the fandom. It was something behind the scenes that you guys don't want to talk about.
Comic fans are always going to be.
They have a right not to talk about it if they don't want to.
And that's fine, but don't use the fandom as your excuse and make everybody feel like crap and be like, oh, it was our fault. We were too negative. Well, like, what are you talking about? I just that's where, again, that's the whole thing, and that's just been my entire problem with the whole thing. So 6-pack is now a 3-pack. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the film.
You drink slow, Vince. You drink slow.
We're gonna get to the film.
Yo, we gotta get this movie going.
We're gonna get to the film. So Zod, the Zeverfet said the fandom said go away. So that's
Katsuka.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's what he
said.
We're
talking Man of Steel. Oh, you guys are. I just came in. You guys are at Man of Steel movie like now.
It was It was never about AFSP. They were after clout. That's unfortunate. KP says bad take, Ryan. Yeah, okay. 187 says don't blame them. They tried. Toxic fans killed it. They are normal people.
Yeah.
Dude. Toxic fans did not kill this project, dude. You can't sell me on that. That doesn't make sense. You can't. They had the project. Most of it is done. They could still salvage it if they wanted to. They could release it as an audio drama. Dude, it's not about that. It was supposed to be about AFSP, not their egos, dude. Come on, man.
Half of the comic book fandom hates every comic book that comes out, depending on which side of the fence it lands on. So, like that's just a moot argument, in my opinion. Like, they are normal people, and I think that maybe it was a big snapback to them. Maybe they're not used to getting that shit on, and it was alarming and scary to them. Fair enough, but using that as the only excuse is a little lame. You know what I mean? Honestly, it really is. It's lame,
especially because it was for AFSP. It wasn't supposed to be for their own personal gain. It was supposed to be for AFSP. So that's different. It's for charity. It's a charity thing.
Well, maybe there's a time we could all learn some stuff from this. Everybody.
Yeah.
Rush
says hell no. That dude Vince says hello. Rushman says if they tried, it would have been successful. There was that they were super unprofessional. They got called out, and blaming the fandom is toxic. The only people are toxic here was Lightcast and company. Yeah. Thank you. They were working on it. They were working on it for free, to be fair. If they were getting attacked before the artworks were revealed. Okay. They didn't even apologize and ran away, and now their minions for nerds are pushing their old narrative. Katsuka says, yeah, the whole crew were being attacked before the whole tracing incident came to light.
That's a little extra.
I think I'm going to dip. Most of this stuff I don't really follow. I'll check in later for the movie. We are about to start the movie. I don't have that many comments left to go. Like I said, I just want to get through everybody's comments before we start the movie here. There always will be negative people, but blaming the whole fandom is toxic. Yeah, I knew they are toxic clout chasers, not us fans for catching them red effing handed. I think the mistake was from Matt and the artist. I heard the artist is 18 years old. Well, that explains a lot. And yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to blame the four nerds. The only thing that I'm criticizing about the four nerds is the narrative that they're pushing, that it was the fandom that ended the project. That's the thing that I'm taking issue with when it comes to them. Obviously, it starts at the top. KP says, I can feel for them. They were hurt both professionally, plagiarism, and emotionally. Fandom, they should be more careful. Rushman says, no man hated the sinners, but pointed their sins. I saw y'all build it up. I watched them from the start saying they are stealing is too much. Who said they were stealing? I don't know what you're talking about. Stealing? The only part about the stealing was when Scum Rant wrote that article and they said that the money wasn't all going 100% to AFSP.
Oh, stealing the money. Okay, I was thinking about the tracing. I get it.
No. The tracing is legitimate. 187. They were caught red-handed with the artist was literally copying Jim Lee's work, literally tracing Jim Lee's work. That's what the whole controversy was. Zod, it's not a big deal, like you said. That I have faith that someone else can take over the motion comic and continue this for the fandom. All right, I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna go ahead and
went Darth Vader for a second.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start the movie. Now.
So I'm gonna dip out, but I'm gonna be watching.
You're not gonna watch the movie with us?
No, I'm watching, but I'm not gonna be on the stream because I'm gonna finish dinner and some other things, and I have these videos to organize from shoot on Sunday, so I'll come back if I can. But I'm gonna be watching because I want to see this movie.
All right, and the Truth 31 says even though Zod takes 3 days to read the chat, I got to give him props on doing it. Yeah, man, I do. It takes 3 days. Bro. It takes 3 days because you got to get through all of them, and you always got to comment. So, Truth, it's good that you're here. We're about to start this movie now. I'm super excited. Katsuka says I will never get to the movie. No, we're gonna get to the movie now. This is tomorrow's Joe. Hopefully, we don't get taken down. If we do, it was a good stream. That's all I have to say. So here we go. Hold on a second here. Let's get this up. Let's start from the beginning here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tomorrow's Joe. Ashita no Joe. Here we go.
And that harmonica, man. Love me some Ron.
I love this music, man. This is like perfect homage to the original anime music. It's so awesome. We got to get Katsuka's comment off the screen here. We've actually got some watchers. I think people actually wanted to see this movie. What you think, Johnny?
I can't see the view count, but that's cool. I mean, I don't see why anybody wouldn't. This is a wonderful film. It's probably one of the best boxing movies I've ever seen. And just look at these shots. The whole movie shot this beautifully. It's got this wonderful color grade to it. Chef kisses is all I can say, man.
Yeah, the cinematography is just beautiful. My favorite part is coming up. The original theme music, man. Here we go.
Hey, do they have the anime up anywhere where I could watch it? Like,
I've got it. I've got it fan subbed on my Plex account. You can watch it.
Okay, sweet.
This is the original anime music.
Those are beautiful establishing shots. I mean, you understand the whole context of what's going on. Not a word spoken yet.
This was spot on casting.
Yeah. I want a hat like that. Awesome hat. Oh man, now I want sushi like a motherfucker. God damn.
I gotta admit, all that food does look good. Sonia, you are already in the show.
Man, you wasted all that food. He's gonna get his ass kicked. Get your hot ass back in the car.
Sonia, you're in the show.
貴の前であんまり恥がらさんといてくれ。いいときかこれ。
ジョーだ。矢吹ジョー。
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome back, Sonia.
Thank you.
The only thing I don't like is that his trainer is a little bit in too good a shape.
He's not as scuzzy as he should be.
Right, he should be fat and out of shape.
They did a great job of making the Yakuzas really cartoonish, though, man. Like they're
just like
perfectly.
the anime. It's perfect, perfect.
Yeah, Rush. It's pretty standard for Japanese films, though. Like they're always shot so wonderfully. I mean, like a lot of people don't notice that or talk about it too often, but like some of the other really good comic book ones, like Crow Zero, yeah, just phenomenal fight sequences, really great cinematography. Just this one's really cool though because I love the time period setting of it. It's just so cool. I love stuff set in depressions. It's the fashions and stuff, the kind of ragamuffin look. It's really groovy. Look at this guy.
わいも何がお前と今までから月に見放されてな。とうとう捕まってもうたんや。いやいや、お前とはもうゴリゴリや。ヤクザのワイより立ち悪いがな。矢吹ジョーやったな。ジョーでな。ワイは西や。ここではワイの方が先輩やからな。
喋ってねえで。便所掃除でもしてこいや。
すんまへんな。 気づきまへんで直ちにやりやってたえろい汚れてまんなこれうわふっそじゃあ
Ew.
I'm sorry.
悪い悪い電気みたいな顔してたから間違えちまったよ 頭を冷やせさあ出せよ丹下断平明日のためにジャル
断平さんあんた変わったな
自分を立てんだよあいつのためにでっけえのよ
またボクシング
通信教育かよ
明日のためにその1ジャブ攻撃の突破口を開くためあるいは敵の出足を止めるため左パンチを小刻みに打つことこの際肘を左脇の下から離さぬ心構えでやや内角を狙いえぐり込むように打つべし
パンチに理屈はいらねえんだよ
何やってんだやっちまえこら出てきたばっかりやのにまたどこもに会いたいか早く自由になりたかったなおとなしくして
自由だよ
So Zod, is this pretty well adapted from the anime? Because this kind of seems violent. Did they kind of just copy this in live action?
It's adapted pretty well. Yes. All this kind of stuff is in there. This big prison fight and all this, it's all in the anime.
Yeah, kind of got the feeling that this was a pretty direct adaptation. That's cool.
安い自由だな
待てや
ジョーもうやめときて
ふざけんな勝ってこいよ
くだらない喧嘩で収容期間が伸びると
Yeah. Stick and move, brother. Gotta learn to stick and move.
プロのボクサーだぜやや内角を狙いえぐり込むように撃つ
The way he looked at him.
Anasa! あいつらだ
やめとけ。素人がかなう相手じゃない。
That is how you properly set up a good rivalry.
Absolutely. I mean, the anime really, really builds on their rivalry and relationship and the way it's all developed. It's just beautiful. And this film, though it does condense and take some liberties, does a wonderful job. This is a perfect example of how a live action adaptation to an anime should be, or manga.
Yeah, comic books in general. Like, I mean, sometimes I wish that Western studios would take a look at some of these manga movie and anime movies that come out from over there, especially in the last 10 years, and just how well they're done, and try to implement some of that, because I mean, they just adapt everything to hell and back over here, man, and it's a little disheartening as a fan.
Well, it's like, Johnny, you compare something like this to, say, Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even want to compare that. That's terrifying right there. Like this, yeah.
I mean,
like
this is by comparison. Yeah, by comparing Sharknado to Jaws. Like you're looking at what you're looking at here is essentially like the perfect adaptation compared to Ghost in the Shell, which is a horrible. Pretty good for an American adaptation, though, but.
打ったコースと同じ戦場を同じスピードで引き戻すこと一発で KO を生む必殺パンチなり明日のためにその3スナップ健闘の命は手首にありスナップを強くすることこれすなわち他のパンチの威力倍増につながるなり
And you just gotta love the idea that how well this does, like, positive motivation, but like in such an unsappy way. Like it's making Joe a better person, a happier person. Him having the learning how to box slowly, and it's not over preached. It's not overdone like it would be done in an American film. You know what I mean? And I love the subtlety there.
There's a lot of reference here for the source material, which I love. Like I love the attention to detail and all the things that they do here, all the little nuances and stuff that they capture. I think that the casting is spot on. Everybody represents their characters very, very well. So I'm very happy with the film overall.
結構よ。要件だけ言わせてもらうわ。ボクシングの試合に出てほしいの。
どういうことです？
アメリカでは主要線のエネルギーをボクシングに向けさせてトラブルを減らすことに成功しているそうです。 ここでも試みてはどうかとご提案させていただき、まずは模範試合をすることになったんです。
白木さんはボクシングジムを経営していてね、うちにとってもいい話だと。
興味ねえよ。
冗
談じゃねえよ。そんなのてめえの商売の宣伝じゃねえか。
力石徹、あなたの対戦相手はうちのジムの所属選手よ。
I do want to kick that guy's ass, so I'm in. And that's how you rope him in there, grilling.
Yeah, you just gotta offer him something he wants more than anything in the world.
お前はまたよりによって力石って名前は俺だって知ってる。事件を起こしてぶち込まれてなきゃ今頃チャンピオンだぞ。
だからクソ真面目に練習してきたんだろうが。いいから教えなよ。明日のための次のパンチをよ。
お前、明日って意味が分かってんのか？
あ？
打ってきな。教えてやるよ。一か八かの必殺パンチ。
何を考えてるの？あんな人と試合がしたいなんて。あの人と殴り合いの喧嘩をしたそうね。力石君らしくないわね。問題を起こして吹きが伸びたらどうするの？あなたはもうじきここから出られるのよ。
だからこそその前にケリをつけたいんですよ。
あなたは白木ジムのエース。素人を相手にして顔を鈍らせたりしないことね。
プロ並みでしたよ。ジャブだけはね。大丈夫。1ラウンドで奴を KO してみせます。
だそれはおいおいどうしたこんなパンチや力士どころか誰にも勝てねえぞおい
白木会長。
Hey, Japanese Colonel Sanders.
Perfect casting.
ボクシングは不屈の道楽です。だからジムの経営はこの孫娘に任せっきりです。
ほら、ジョー。
いらねえよ。
相手はプロやねん。
何ビビってんだよさ。あのパンチなら完全にマスターしたぜ。
ジョーよ、今日は地獄を見てもらうぜ。
You're gonna get your ass kicked, kid.
おいあんた、 この試合はアマチュアルールだな。
もちろんですよ。試合は3ラウンド。1ラウンド中に3回ダウンしたらそこで KO 負けと。
どこだ。3回ダウンしても KO はなしだ。どっちかがくたばるまで試合続行。そう言ってんだ。
そんなルール違反。
俺を言うならこんな体重差がある試合自体がルール違反じゃねえか。力士はフェザー級。ジョーはその下の下だ。
どうします？
困ります。そんな無茶な。
いいですよ。どうせ1ラウンドだ。
よし、決まりだ。ありがとう。
すげえ自信だな。そんなに何度もぶっ倒せんのか、あのパンチは。
おめえの方だよ。
The atmospherics of this film are just phenomenal.
Yeah, they put a lot of heart into it. You can tell, like the creators, everybody involved, really wanted to knock this baby out.
Newton, 3, 4, 5, 10.
I honestly consider this movie to be a forgotten gem.
Completely unknown, yeah. I don't understand why it didn't get a massive release over here. Even with people that didn't know the anime, like this would have been a perfect introduction because it's just such a solid film all the way around. I've never seen the anime, but like, I would say that I'm a huge fan of this property just based off of this film. And it's in my opinion, it's one of the better takes on a boxer's journey that I've seen. Plus, the boxing is so legit looking. Like the way that they're reacting to these hits, like that's how you actually feel when somebody gets a good one right into your rib cage like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And these kind of shots right here are specific, very, very specific from the anime and the manga.
You can tell the person who created this, did the manga, actually knew a lot about boxing, actually put a lot of the realness of the sport into the storyline.
6, 7, 8.
Just like Zach.
a lot of
you just got saved by the bell, fool.
yeah, a lot of the close-up shots are literally panels out of the manga.
Yeah, you could tell just by the pose, yeah, but it was beautifully shot. I mean, like, really, really cool pose with the right, especially that one right there with the fist right in front of the face. Badass.
力士のやつ本気で怒っとるで。
これしかねえんだよ。ほらやろよ。
痛えよっちゃん。
言わんこっちゃない。おっさん、あんたジョーに一体どんなパンチをしてた？やられっぱなしじゃないか。
You gotta learn to get your ass kicked. You're gonna be a fighter.
これしかねえんだ、ジョー。
And it's like the sense that you get from the old man, Dempte, he's kind of like living vicariously through Joe the entire time, reliving his youth and his glory days as a boxer, and it's essentially a sense of pride for him that is very, 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 very fleshed out in all the various iterations of this story that exist.
Also, like how conflicted he is about having to do this to him and not be honest to him about his chances going into this fight. Because, I mean, you gotta let him go in there cocky and get their ass kicked the first time. I mean, like, everybody I've ever seen come out of, as a fighter that is worth their weight, they learn how to, be good at it the hardest way possible.
Absolutely.
And yeah, whoever's playing the old man, he's a good actor. I know the actor, and they got him so uglified in this, it's not even funny. Well, it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Well, like when you watch the anime or you read the manga, you'll see, how exaggerated they make it, because he starts off just like
they always got the old drunk guy with the teeth like that in the old.
Yeah, he is a nasty drunk, literally peeing all over himself. He's literally just disgusting. And here in real life, he's adapted very well. Another shot right out of the anime. Beautiful panel for panel, spot on type of stuff. I mean, it's just brilliant.
I like the overexposure of the sun, like a nuclear blast going off when the hits land. So tasty, man. Really, really choice cinematography.
It really is, man. It's really a beautiful film. It's really just marvelous. I mean, wow.
I like these Japanese manga films about violence and how, like, if you come at it the proper way, you could actually learn to be a better person by fighting. And I love that narrative that you get in some of these movies like this. And yeah, it's just such a neat trick you take on this film and this story. Amen to that, Roach. I'm not kidding. That's a cool ass hat. Like a pimp daddy hat right there.
One of the great things about this story is that there's so much material This movie does such a wonderful. I kind of look at this movie like the same way the 1986 version of Fist of the North Star is, like a very good truncated version of the overall story to get you into it. But there's so much that you'll find, and particularly with the anime, where it's like in 2 parts, where you're actually you get all of this, and then you actually get more later on as Joe continues to grow up and continues to mature as a boxer. And a lot of what you see here in this movie, I'm with you, Johnny. I don't know how this movie didn't have a massive worldwide release, and how this movie isn't, touted for being much better than it is. It just kind of got swept under the rug. It came out at a time, and it's like it came and went, and it's like nobody cared about it. That's why we're able to watch it right here, right now.
Right. And yeah, it just came out in that weird spot when anime was blowing up, but it wasn't huge yet, and nobody was watching live action Japanese films yet. So, and actually, nobody watches them still. That's kind of still like the one bleak spot that comes with the weeb culture. There's a lot of people that love manga, they love the cartoons, but man, they do not watch the films, and you are so missing out if you do not watch Japanese movies. They put out some of the best, most entertaining range of films you can think of,
and they try to adapt their source material very, very well. They're not trying to just skimp and give you nonsense. They want to give you a film that you can actually enjoy and indulge and appreciate. Like me, as a fan of the manga, as a fan of the source material, I can look at this movie and say, they did a fantastic job. I had no complaints. I'm literally looking at the real life, interpretations of these characters and have absolutely no issues with it. And that's rare when you look at a live action film trying to adapt anything.
Well, they do it pretty often in Japan, because I'm a huge fan of Blade of the Immortal, and the live action film that Miike made for that a few years back. Spot on, just like this. It's very truncated. They only show you the important parts of the manga and anime, but man, did they do just an incredible job of bringing that story and those characters to life. And pitch perfect casting just like this too.
Oh yeah, it's done perfect. Like every character, you'll look at it, and I cannot wait, Johnny, until you watch the anime. I actually have got this, got a little bit of thought as to maybe it might actually be possible to maybe watch some of the animes on here, because the anime is not officially licensed in the United States as of yet, after all this time. And the original anime came out in the 1970s.
Yeah, and the art style is wonderful. I mean, the way that the ramshackle buildings are drawn, they almost look exactly like this, but slightly cartoonified. I mean, I've seen what it looks like. I do know, so I'm really excited to watch it. I just don't get around to it.
Oh, you're gonna love it. I'm really, I mean, this movie, you're gonna love it. And this movie was the perfect thing to get, to whet your appetite for the anime. Like you're gonna just be like blown away when you watch the anime, and you're gonna get all these callbacks because you're gonna remember, because you like this film, so you're gonna remember a lot of the stuff. Like, oh yeah, they did that in the film perfect. Like, yeah. This movie is very underrated, and it's sad. It's sad. I keep thinking that it deserves like a massive Blu-ray release.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a company that puts these things out. You know what I mean? Well,
I'm actually surprised Welgo didn't pick it up, to be honest with you. Welgo puts out all those, anime adapted live actions and, martial arts related films. I'm just surprised they didn't snag this. I know Discotech put out the Fist of the North Star like anime movie version of this out, which was basically just like the same thing as this is, like a truncated anime version. And I guess it didn't sell well enough for them to license the actual series.
That sucks.
And I got it. I bought it on Blu-ray. I supported it because I'm like, it's fantastic. But me and the 6 other fans who bought the discotheque release, I don't know.
They should advertise it, put it out on Amazon, because boxing animes are actually really popular right now. So it'd be cool to like advertise this is the one that started it all, because that's pretty much true.
Well, not only that, it's currently it's out of print now too. So I think that's that's a big part of it now.
Hell, do a new one. As bad as I hate to say that, like, get the guys that did the new JoJo adaptation.
They did do like a modern remake of Tomorrow's Joe. I believe it was called like something metal or something. They did like a modern reimagining, and they changed a lot of things and made it.
Yeah, no, screw that. I'm talking about just like have a new studio do the classic story.
Yeah, that would be
just with throwback art like the JoJo anime.
That would be fantastic. Much like what we're hoping for eventually with Fist of the North Star. But this, I would be all over it because I love it. I mean, it is just amazing. Like, as a fan, it's just great to see. And like I said, I was waiting with bated breath to see this movie when it came out. Like I said, I almost ordered the Japanese Blu-ray, even though I knew that there were no English subtitles.
What I think hindered it, man, is it was before Wellgo was distributing, and I think it was around the time Media Blasters was going down, and they were the only people that were really putting out Japanese films at the time. So like there was really no avenue to release this film in the U.S. at the time this was released, if I remember the time period correctly.
In regards to the film, there's a great subplot here between Joe and these little kids that's expanded upon in the anime. That's wonderful. That it would have been kind of funny to see it adapted here in the film, but I can understand why they didn't use it really. But it would have been fun.
The hero and the orphan stuff, yeah. It's kind of a tip. If it's the trope I think of, it's kind of typical with animes of this type too. This time too, especially the kind of more shonen type stuff. So,
yeah.
But
I really appreciate the chat hanging in there with us for this movie. It's a very entertaining movie, and you're not, I mean, you're seeing something that's very underrated here. This is really great cinema, to be honest. That happened in the anime as well.
Yeah, they do that. They do that anime slapstick stuff in live action perfectly in this film, man. It all lands so good. Fucking show off.
Rikishi is a very, very, very well-developed character in the anime and the manga, and I love how the relationship and the storyline between those Joe and Rikishi, although truncated for the film, is done justice. I love it.
Yeah, the whole thing that they could have been friends in a different scenario, but now they're
and it's in the anime. It's actually explored, and they do develop. They do have a friendship, and it's very, very great. It almost reminds me of like the Rocky Apollo Creed relationship, where they develop a mutual respect for one another and a bonding on a level that you don't get in a lot of sports films nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, Creed. The first Creed movie came close to being this good, though. For an American boxing film, I do got to give that one credit. But I still think that this one's better than probably all the Rockies except for the first one.
Yeah, again, this when I look at Tomorrow's Joe predates Rocky by about
the source does definitely.
The source does. And so you gotta realize that Rocky actually owes a debt of gratitude to this, because there's a lot of things that are kind of touched upon. But the relationship of Rikishi and Joe is very, very much, like I said, I'm reminded of the relationship between Rocky and Apollo Creed. When I see the manga or I watch the anime, there's so much. But the movie here does a wonderful job for one film. So I'm not, I can't complain. A mutual respect and admiration.
It's also kind of cool to see the actor play Rikishi, play a character that's not completely evil for once, because usually he's like the really insane Yakuza guy that likes to cut out of and stuff in movies, so it's kind of neat to see him play almost a good guy.
Rikishi is not a villain in any sense of the imagination. He's a very competent and multi-layered character. And again, I actually grew to love and respect that character just as much as Yabuki Joe. So,
That's not his fault. He's good and he knows it, man. You know what I mean? You got to have an air of confidence when you're
oh my
the
God.
champ.
You know what I mean? The guy is great for a champion character, and he's not a douche at all, but he's just somebody that is I would say overly driven.
Kupi Malik, it goes by the same name as the film. What's the Japanese title again, Zod?
The Japanese title is Ashita Nujo.
Ashita Nujo. But you should be able to find it as Tomorrow Joe. Like, Zod said it's out of print, so you might have to read it online. I hate saying that, but
yeah, there's some competent scanlations, so it's not bad. I actually would like to see a proper manga release, but again, this is what happens with all the greats. Look at what we're going through with Fist of the North Star. We're just now getting it, and this is 2021. So
yeah, maybe 2030 will get tomorrow show.
パチャ言ってもんじゃねえぞお前。もっと地道なボクシングしろ地道な。
さっさと力士とやらせろよ。
やっぱりそういうことかい。これ見よがしのクロスは力士への挑戦状のつもりか。挑戦ってじゃあ力士は世界ランカーで。
俺はな、あいつとやるためにプロになったんだよ。
I mean, the movie here, you get every nuance and every sense of importance when it comes to the rivalry between Rikishi and Joe.
Well, the casting's so great too, because like the characters, like this lady, she barely speaks, but you understand her motivations. You know what she's up to.
She's
you know what...
spot on. She's spot on. Her manga and anime counterpart. Oh my god! Like they took her like right out of the pages. Like she's perfectly cast. I mean, you go online and you actually look at pictures of this character right here. You're gonna be like, oh my god, how did they find an actress that looks exactly like the character?
Yes, indeed, that dude Vince. From what I understand, this manga kicked off the entire sports manga craze that's still running strong. But yeah, this was like one of the first ones that really gained super popularity. That showed people that like, hey, they will read a comic book that's legit about boxing for boxing's sake. And there's a whole genre of sports mangas for any kind of sports you're interested in. They got tennis, figure skating, boxing, wrestling. Like it's pretty awesome. And this book started it all, pretty much.
スポーツセンターが判断するのがよしでやってくれよしで。土地や建物のオーナーとはすでに話がついています。言いたいことがあるならそちらへどうぞ。なんだとこの野郎。や
めとけよ。
出ないっ
今日のところは帰んなよ。その代わり試合してやるよ。ウルフと。
Yeah, quit fucking with my people. I'll do what you want. Crazy bitch.
I just can't get over it. She's perfect. Like I'm like, wow. Every time I see her, I'm like, man. I mean,
she doesn't even need to talk though, and you just know what her character's up to. You know what she's about. Like the actress just portrays the character like perfection. I mean, perfectly. You'd swear that like this is how she is in real life. And yeah, this dude Vince, anime is got a bad rap. A lot of people think it's just about dudes with funny hair floating around throwing fireballs at each other. But there are literally animes and mangas about anything, about rock bands, about relationships, whatever you're into. There's a cartoon and a comic book about it for you, and that's why it's such a cool medium, and that's why that's so popular.
And that's why when you get a movie like this that is so rare in that it actually does capture the essence of the source material in such a positive way, you know, I mean, it's mind-blowing to me. Because this is where you can tell that the filmmakers are huge fans of the source. And they know that they couldn't make something that was going to be garbage. They wanted to make sure that this movie was perfect, and that's where you got to give them credit. You got to give them credit for this cinematography.
I mean, like look at this, just really artistic motif right here that they got going on. I mean, like just odd, just different in the color grade and they got the camera a little blurred, and it just portrays the character. You understand why she is the way she is with just that snippet. That's powerful filmmaking, in my opinion.
And you know, her relationship with Rikishi is explored here on a nice level, because you get the gist of that connection between the two that is explored so deeply in the manga and the anime. But here, it's you get just enough to know that to know where they are and to not be confused about anything.
試合なんか受けてきやがったんだよな。じゃあ会長さん、ズバリウルフ戦への賞賛は？賞賛？試合前に賞賛ありなんて抜かせような野郎は、よっぽどの思い上がりか。ボクシングを知らねえ間抜け野郎だ。
Johnny, I've come to the conclusion that all we have to do to be able to keep having watch parties like this is keep finding this obscure stuff that we love that is not licensed in the United States, and we're good to go.
Right on. I mean, I'm really happy that we've at least gotten this far with this movie, because like you said, man, this is something that people need to see. This is, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of sports or boxing and stuff, but like this movie is a triumph. It portrays the sport in a very positive way. I mean, you have crazy characters like this wolf guy here you're about to meet, but I like the whole idea that like if you do devote yourself to it, and even though it's something violent, you could become a happy, positive person if you give it your all. And that's neat stuff, you know what I mean? You don't usually get that with American sports films. It's usually about how cool and how evil you can become with that power, you know?
Right. And here you have the whole dynamic between Joe and Rikishi, where it's not good versus evil. It's actually a rivalry that is built on mutual respect and a desire to, basically one up your rival, but not in a negative way. I mean, they come to respect each other in such a positive way that you can't help but love it.
I kind of see him as different phases of the same character. I see Rikishi as something that Joe could grow to become, be almost exactly like him.
I'm glad you said that, because as the anime progresses, you do get to see the progression of Joe. You get to see what he becomes. You get to see the lessons, how all the lessons I've learned, and how everything comes back to this dynamic relationship with Rikishi. It like follows him throughout his entire career, throughout his entire, all of his arcs in life. Constantly reference the relationship with Rikishi, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Boy.
I mean, they're both prone to just wigging out, which is out of character. I mean, Rikishi was in jail too. I mean, they're very, very similar, but one's got way more going on than the other. But the other one can catch up at any time. He just needs to get better.
For real.
Yes. That's a really neat characterization. Yes, I have, Koopy Malik. The Space Battleship Yamamoto movie, it's a lot of fun. I wish they would have made it a little longer, because they kind of, some of the things that needed to be explained a little better in the movie, but if you have a working knowledge of the storyline, the anime and manga, you'll have fun with the movie. It's really well acted, and the special effects are great. It's another really fun anime movie. Not quite shot as beautifully as this, though, or as emotional as this one is.
I'm sure we could probably get away with doing Space Battleship on here. I don't see why we couldn't.
No, somebody big put out the Blu-ray
Oh wait,
port.
never mind. I forgot. Fumimation put it out. I forgot. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they would have us shut down like our name was Vic Managua.
いつかは必ず迎えに来てくれる。そんな思いだけを支えに生きてきたんだ。
で、お前はそのかわいそうなお嬢さんのために頑張っちゃってるわけだ。なんだよ、やんのか。なんなら今ここで蹴りつけてやってもいいんだぜ。
Wind it up, man, old school style.
Total bravado. I mean, for Joe to actually think that, it's like, yeah, okay, Joe. It's like, man, I don't know. I mean, and Joe's cockiness is not over exaggerated here at all. It's exactly how he's portrayed in the other sources.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he was where they got the idea of that style of shonen protagonist that's just cocky and gets his ass kicked until he finally gets good too, after he learned some important stuff.
And he's such a he starts off as just like such a little punk. It's so hilarious to like see his character evolve over time. It's actually inspiring the way that they set it up like throughout that story. Whereas this film, the idea of the truncation is necessary because you only have so much time in a film to tell a story. But it's like this movie does it all justice. So it's like I said, I can't complain.
全ての敵を一撃のもとに葬り去ってきた矢吹ですが、今日の相手はあのウルフ金串。無謀な挑戦とも言えるこの試合をどう戦うつもりなのか。ジョーがテレビに映ってる。
I love these little kids. They're awesome. I mean, you talk about like, and it's so funny. Like that little girl with the pigtails is another character that like is literally
lifted right from the anime.
Lifted right from the anime. It's ridiculous.
Like they pulled her right out of the cartoon, man, and little girl looks like a little cartoon, anyways.
Right.
さあ、いよいよ始まりました。クロスカウンターを封じられているという噂の矢吹城、一体どんな戦法に出るんでしょうか。早速矢吹、ノーガード。バカ野郎。
何かやりたいことがあるんだろう。付き合ってやるよ。
Yeah, they invented the faux hawk right there, wolf.
And all these over dramatic falls to the mat that you always see happen with Joe whenever he gets hit. It's completely accurate. They do that every single time.
Like a unicorn baby.
それでは先ほどの矢吹の段をスローで見てみましょう。一体矢吹に何が起こったんでしょうか。
この後ですね。これから相打ちでクロスカウンターに。
あ、 これはクロスカウンターの上へ行くダブルクロスカウンター。
やっぱりダメじゃねえかよ。所詮勝負にならねえんだよ、あんなでけえジムとこんなドヤ街のボロジムとじゃよ。何すんだよ。ハエかよ俺。
クロスカウンターとは相手が打ち込んでくる力を利用して打つ通常の数倍の威力を持ったパンチです。さらにそのダブルですからとてつもない破壊力を持ったパンチを食らったことになります。
Again, spot on accurate. I mean, they even choreograph where he's laying in the mat on the mat correctly when he falls. It's incredible. It's an incredible attention to detail.
丹下会長がガードを上げろと叫んでいますが、しかしまたノーガード。
One thing though, in normal boxing, if you're knocked down 3 times, it's considered a TKO. So that's the one thing with this. It's like he keeps getting up, and it's kind of just like, well, at some point, it's almost like sadomasochism. See, now here you're gonna see Rikishi, and again, this is a testament to that respect, to that camaraderie and rivalry at the same time.
That dude Vince, watch last week's episode where we watched the Ninja Gaiden OVA. If that OVA doesn't get you into anime, man, nothing will. That's some gangster shit right there.
For real. Wow, bro. I'd still say that was like tonight. Last week was one of the best shows that we did. So this is like really, it's like we've had 2 weeks in a row where our shows have been pretty spot on here. I mean,
really solid picks of viewing material though,
and being able to view it too is the wonderful thing about it all. It's like nobody cares about a little boxing movie from 2011 that's adapted some obscure manga that's never been released officially in the United States.
But it's the biggest thing in the world in Japan.
Yeah, just like Fist of the North Star. Like what?
OVA means original video anime. They were short films that were released straight to video anime movies back in the 80s and 90s. They still make them now, even though they're not released in the same type of format. OVA usually means about a 45-minute to an hour long movie, anime movie.
That dude, Vince, you're thinking of OST, original soundtrack. That's our Joe. You see that look of respect and pride on Rikishi's face? There's no hate between Rikishi and Joe. It's a bond. It's a brother It's a brotherhood. It's a great line. It's like the old man talking about Hokuto Shinken and Fist of the North Star, Johnny.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah. Pow pow. And so begins the total over preparation of Rikishi. I love this character so much.
Yeah. He's really interesting. He kind of overshadows the protagonist, in my opinion. He's the focus of the film for me as well when I watch it.
And you feel something for him. You can empathize with his character. He's not the kind of character that you hate. He's not a villain of the week. He's not someone that is, meant as an obstructionist. He's actually a competent rival to Joe, and I love it.
俺以上にこだわってるからじゃないですか。矢吹城という。
that respect, that pedigree of respect that you just don't see in a lot of movies of this type.
命をかけてでも倒したい男に。
And it's not because he hates him. It's not because he wants to kill him.
Because he sees that he's the only person that might be able to beat him, right? I mean, that's how.
Right. Exactly. It's like, this is the only guy. This is the challenge of my life. This is the guy that, this is the fight of my life that would matter. I want to fight him. I want to face him, even if it means my life. That is epic. That's on a scale of, because honestly, it's like you were saying earlier, Johnny, they could have totally been best of friends in another life. They're two sides of the same coin. Where'd you get your copy? Did you buy your copy off of eBay too?
Yeah, no, I got my copy off of Amazon actually. It's from Hong Kong, so it's actually officially subtitled, but for the Brits, but it's region free, luckily, so
yeah,
all good.
Yeah, the version we're watching now is a 1080p Blu-ray rip that was fan subbed.
Yeah, usually right after these movies get released, you can find pretty competent bootlegs of them on Amazon, and I usually go and scoop them up there. I have to wait a little while for them to get shipped from Hong Kong, but whatever, worth it. I have quite a cool collection of Asian flicks that I'm really proud of. I have like 70 Miike movies on DVD, which is like the gem of my collection. But this is one of my favorites too. That's not from Takashi.
Yeah. This is definitely a pure favorite of mine.
せてください。
That's a dedication like you read about, man. Lock me in a storage room per night.
Oh my god, and her, you know, feelings for him are extreme, and you know, it's not, you know, I feel for her because that's her heart in that freezer, in that storage room.
いやーもうね見てらんないですよ力士は。水一滴飲んでないですからね。自殺行為ですよ。あそこからもう一回忌落とそうってんだからもう骨でも削らないこと。見てらんねえなら見なきゃいいだろうが。バタバタつまんねえことで騒ぐんじゃねえよ。おいしょ別に記者さんたちはお前すんまへんな今日のところはこれで。試合前だ。
Yeah, take that and stick it in your pipe, Godzilla versus Kong. This is a true clash of epic proportions. Wow.
ごめんなさい。私があったの。いきなり冷たい水を飲んだら体を壊すから。
That's love right there.
It gives new meaning to making a fool thirsty. Girl, you making me so thirsty right now.
It's beautiful. God, I love this character, but Rikishi is just, you know.
これぐらいで急にウェイトは増えない。お願いだから。これ以上無理をしないで。
Yeah, dog, you kind of need water to live. Like, drink. Don't make her cry.
Yeah, so much posturing here. It's like, dude, don't, you know.
I'm a weeb. Straight up. I don't try to hide it. I mean, like, I'll watch dubbed anime, so like I'm not a total weeb, but yeah, I love Japan a lot. Like, I have a lot of respect for the culture, the people, and I love the women. I can't help it. I'm like a true nerd.
I don't know, it's just such great stuff. It's just it's moving on such a powerful level. Scotty too hottie.
Gotta try doing them type of push-ups, man. What kind of fun?
He's doing the worm.
I may be a weeb, but I also listen to Gojira, that dude Vince. Amazing guitar riffs, man. Really good band. I'm glad they're actually as popular as they deserve to be. They're actually a best deserves, in my opinion. They fucking rip.
Hey, Sonia.
Hey.
Made it for the final showdown.
I'm gonna have to watch it all over again because I was not home when I was tuning in and I was having trouble. But I'll watch it again.
Oh yeah, this is one that you should watch several times. It's like me and Zod keep saying, it's iconic, just classic, wonderful movie, man.
Yeah, when it first started, I mean, I was really into it, and then something started happening with my internet because I was on my mobile device. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to watch movies like this when you're on your mobile device.
I was away from home. I'm on my laptop now, so I'm good.
Yeah, you sound great.
I don't have my headpiece on, though.
I know, I saw.
I love this town set, man. Like, I wonder if like it's a one that they have built and they just retrofitted it for the Depression era, if they built it for the film. But it's just so neat, man. There's just so much character to every little piece of the set.
Yeah, the details are the details are fantastic, and it just goes to show how much they care about this material. See, now she's speaking with her heart.
Well, you and Colonel Sanders better put some money into the orphanage then.
Absolutely, Sonia. You're welcome. See, this is how I can tell Johnny we picked a good movie, because everybody is still here.
Really? That is so awesome. Thank you guys, because I mean, well, you guys are definitely the winners here, because I mean, you picked the right film, the right stream to keep watching, because this thing only gets better. I mean, like, great ending that you guys are about to see. So
yeah, wonderful film. See this here? The whole, it's not philosophy, it's respect, it's just utter admiration for two people. It's I look at it as like a bond of brotherhood in the sense that is depicted so wonderfully under the guise of boxing. It's just perfect.
And it's always good to broaden your horizons as a film fan. I mean, because if you haven't checked out world cinema, I'm not dogging on you or anything. It's just kind of a hard thing to break into, especially if you don't know where to start. And weird little gems like this are always the perfect ones. So
right, this is the perfect gateway drug, like, for real. I mean, and the funny thing is, it's like there's so many great films out there that you're gonna, I mean, I kind of wish we could watch. Rikio live, but we'd probably have to do that, off unlisted.
I'm not sure. Rikio was a Media Blasters film. They're out of business, so we might be able to get away with it. I don't know if somebody else has bought it and put it out again yet.
I don't think so. I'm with you on that. I don't think somebody's bought it. I know it got a Blu-ray release in the UK. I don't know if it ever got, if it has a modern rights holder in the United States. But I think we might be able to do it. It'd be worth a try. We've been doing pretty good so far, so
リミットです。
I still suggest you get that Discord set up.
よろしいですね、丹下会長。
確かに。
He just has that perfect look. It's just like, oh my gosh.
The dynamic between these two is so good.
Well, I mean, the way that they depicted the journey and the way that they've grown together almost like a family, and like, yeah, and the way the actors portray it, it's so solid, so well done.
I love all the natural film grain too. That's awesome.
Even grandma throwing punches, like, it's all exciting. The kids, they're so cute.
スペシャルマッチバンタム級8回戦を行います。青コーナー丹下ジム所属117パウンド2分の1矢吹長。赤コーナー白木ジム所属118パウンド力士トール。
矢吹城対力士トール、因縁の戦いが今ウエイトの壁を乗り越えて実現しようとしております。
お互いバッティングローブローには十分注意してスペシャルマッチにふさわしく正々堂々戦うように。
Rikishi went through hell to get to that weight class.
力士は昨日の計量ではかなりギリギリのところまで体重を絞っていったようですが、
そうですね、まあでも結構いい戻り方をしましたね。
体力も気力も十分といったところでしょうか、力士トール。さあ注目の第1ラウンドです。今コンビが鳴らされました。リング中央、相手の出方を探っております両者。どちらが先に動きを見せるか。おっと、やはり出ました。矢吹、力士に対してもノーガード。
おお、当たってへんだね。クロス封じだ。
矢吹のクロスカウンターは相手がストレート打ってきた時に打つパンチですから、はい、アッパー打たれたんでは矢吹のクロス打てませんね。
Joey, which format is this in? Is this in HD like 720p or 1080? Oh, I thought so because I'm looking at the sharpness on it. It looks really good.
Yeah, it's 1080.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like it looks so the clarity, sharpness, it's awesome.
矢吹まともに食らってしまいました。
Get up.
Fight!
力士はただもんじゃねえ。お前の全てをかけてまっとうなボクシングで勝負するんだ。じゃあ思い出すんだ。明日のためにその1を2を3を。さあおい
さあ第2ラウンドです。あ、矢吹がガードを上げている。ノーガード戦法の矢吹がついにガードを固めた。
ショート聞いてるぞ聞いてる。
What is he punching at?
んだジョー
When Reem grew up, ain't no joke either. That probably hurt like a motherfucker.
力士がダウン力士がダウンしましたダウン行く3 4 5 6 7 8
Nó trời ung xuông.
なんか今変な倒れ方しましたね。
力士、軽い脳震盪でも起こしたんでしょうか。頭を振って立ち上がりました。
It's the fight of his life. Of course he's gonna get back up.
力士がガードを下げた。なんと力士がノーガード戦法。
どういうつもりだ。叫んだ。
やめろ。お前がカウンターを切るぞ。矢吹もガードを下げた。大変なことになってまいりました。
大変だ。
いい加減にしやがれ。にらめっこめいけんじゃねえぞ。おい矢吹、そうなったぞ。怪我さえしなければ反対負けでもいいのか。うるせえ。余計なこと言うな。
Toxic fans.
Pow pow.
I like hearing Johnny get all excited.
Like that dude Vince said, man, like this type of movie that you know, it makes you feel the bad parts of your life, makes you want to keep swinging, and it just it gets me hyped up. It's like listening to like a really good hardcore album. Like I want to go punch something right now myself, you know what I mean? Not in a negative way, but
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'm hyped.
込んでったらカウンターを食らう。このままじゃお前ぶっ壊されるぞ。冷静に考えろジョー。な。
ガキの頃からよ、いつもイライラしてた。夢もね、希望もね、俺も捨てた俺が悪い。社会が悪いってひねくれてたよ。力士と会ってボクシングする前まではな。何をしててもリングの上にいる時みてえな。こんな燃えるような充実感は味わえねえ。眩しいほど真っ赤に燃えてよ。どうしようもなく燃え上がるんだ。ありがとうよ、おっさん。
Acting is so organic. Real human emotion. What the phone? Look at that little smirk on his face. God.
It's a level of completion. It's a life's journey that he's referencing when he says this. It was his battle against himself. Joe and Rikishi are two sides of the same coin. Very, very profound.
Well, at this point, the difference is Joe has let go of that anger, that hatred towards society, whereas Rikishi is the one that still has it. And that's kind of the switch of the power dynamic here.
Yes, yes. But again, for Rikishi, his role, his life, is literally the fight of his life is what makes this such a powerful. Wow.
Now buy that guy some food. He is hungry. Get Rikishi some grub, man.
Oh my
That dude's
God.
starved himself before this fight, man. Get him some food.
Put Rikishi at a table with all the food that Joe had at the beginning of the film. Wow. My God. So many words are said with their eyes. Toxic fans.
Like a fucking man. There you go.
Wait. What the? What?
The guy tortured himself to be able to do the fight, man. Like he literally took everything he had to do this. I mean, he was able to beat Joe, but he destroyed himself to do it. And then
I'm so sad.
禁止。禁止。被禁止。被禁止。
Oh, I want to cry. Oh my gosh.
ジョーは来まへんな。
事故だったのよ。過酷な減量に加え、第6ラウンドでのテンプルへの一撃。その時のダウンでロープに後頭部を強打したことによる脳内出血。
もうやめてくれ。
力石君がこれをあなたにって。リングで待ってるって。力石君は命を懸けてあなたと戦って燃え尽きた。あなたにボクシングを残して。無駄にしないで、彼の思いを。待ってるから。
まだ連絡ないんですか。もう10日経ちますよ。
もうダメかもしれませんね。むごいんですがね、これまでにも何人もの選手が同じ悲劇を経験して乗り越えられた選手は10分の1いるかどうか。
そんなようなことほざくんじゃねえよ。ジョーは帰ってくるに決まってるだろうが。
ただ我々は一般
出てけよ。
すまんな。話しちゃった外では聞きません。
Gosh.
これを預かっていただけませんか。矢吹君が帰ってきたら渡してほしいんです。私、ドヤ街の再開発を中止しようと思っています。2人の試合を見ていたらずっと逃げてた自分に気づいたんです。ごめんなさい。誰かに言いたくて。
いや。世間じゃクズと言われた俺たちがひたすらボクシングだけにしがみついて這い上がってきたんだよ。ここで終わってたまるかよ。なあ、そうだろう。ジョーよ。ジョー。
距離を詰めたい木村。大久保の必要なボディ攻撃に苦しんでいます。今日の木村はキレがあり。
ごちそうさま。さあ。
Man, I fucking love that harmonica, man. I always want to learn how to play the blues harp like that.
These kids were all awesome. Cinematography is off the chart, man.
Is this part of a series?
They probably wanted to maybe make more of them because, like Zod said, like the series does continue from here, but sadly they only made the one film. I think it's perfect though. I kind of
it is good.
A lot of times with these type of sequels, when they make sequels to films like this, they come out as good. So I'm really happy with just this one.
I have to go back and watch it from the beginning again.
よう帰ってきた。
松さん、もう一度教えてくれ。明日ってやつをよ。
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Just a little look at what's possible with comic book movies. I mean, like
Oh
you
my
guys,
God,
I keep
it's
seeing in the
brilliant.
chat over the day, couple shows, people are tired of superheroes. Like, there's a lot more to comic books than just superheroes. This movie just proved that. I mean, some of you guys in the chat cried. I mean, this is a comic book movie, so I mean that's amazing. Just how powerful these things could be if somebody actually took them seriously.
Yeah, it's very a very emotional movie, and it's so powerful too, so well done.
I think Zod cried too. I think I'm the only one that didn't. No, I've only seen this. I've seen this like 4 times. Otherwise, I'd have cried. Like, I'm not kidding. I did the first time. So yeah.
I cry every time I see this movie. I can't lie. This movie, it's so emotional and so powerful, and it just brings a lot of emotion, because it reminds you of things in your own life, and having that will and wanting to do something so strong and so strongly that you'd be willing to put your life down for it. And for me, that's what it's really about. You see that story of Rikishi where he's willing to give his life to fight Joe, knowing he can beat Joe, but the cost is going to be his life. But at the end, he's going to leave Joe with something that is lasting for Joe to carry on the legacy. It's brilliant.
Perfectly done too on film. I mean, the director of this really deserves more credit. I can't talk
I'm
all
gonna
of a
get it
sudden.
out, Johnny.
But Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know his name, which is tragic because like I love this film and he should be one of those talked about Japanese directors like, Sion Sono and, Miike and fucking what's his name? Takashi Kitano and all the other ones that you know of. Like, but I don't do you know the fellow that made this his name by any chance, Todd?
I'm embarrassed to say that right now. I not off the top of my head.
He should be celebrated though. I mean, he made a masterpiece.
I mean, it's wonderful, and like I said, it is a masterpiece. I just can't believe. I mean, it gets me every single time I see it because it's such a powerful film. There's so many deeply layered messages that's in it that it's hard not to get caught up in it every single time. I've never, and it's like I feel like I'm it's like I'm moved by it with every, from every moment, from every frame, because there's so much, and it's just, and it does the story so much justice. And the ending is so beautiful. The ending captures the essence of all that came before in such a positive way. I mean,
thanks for that, Vince. I'm gonna look him up and see if I can track down some of his other works because I know this guy's got to have some other killer flicks under his belt.
For real. I mean, it doesn't get any better. I mean, this guy is just, and when you see a movie like this, and you look at this movie, and you're like, the cinematography, the story, the editing, the pacing, the I mean, just the visual prowess of this movie is just absolutely wonderful. It's hard to imagine, why this movie is not, well known throughout the world.
Well, it's another phenomenal pick from you, and oh man, just the chat and the audience participation was great. Like so many people got it and really enjoyed it. So I'm really thrilled to have been part of this tonight. It's a really cool experience when everybody kind of just really gets into what's on the table. And I feel bad that I derailed and we ended up talking for 2 hours about some shit that everybody else already knew about, but yeah, once we finally got to the film, man, wow. It was just I felt the energy of the chat over the words, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not in the room with these people, but like I felt like Vince and Koopy's excitement while they were watching this, and it's just great.
Yeah, and there's something that to be said about being able to get together as a community, as a group of friends, and to share something like this.
And celebrate like a piece of art.
Exactly. And Koopy Malik is correct. That is the name of the adaptation, the modern adaptation of the story, Megalobox. That was the story, the futuristic version. It's essentially the same story. It's just set up futuristically, and the boxers have like cyber parts, and it's more futuristic, and it kind of adds it kind of riffs on more cyberpunk and noir, and kind of throws in the story of tomorrow's Joe in the midst of all of that, and I mean, and it's cool. I will say that it's serviceable, and it's great, but it doesn't
it's a schlocky take on it. It's what it sounds like.
It doesn't do the original story justice. And not only does it not do the original story justice, it's funny because it was made, Koopy Malik, as an anniversary present to the original creators of the first Tomorrow's Joe anime. It was kind of like a tribute to them, and it was put out as an anniversary. And I think in Japan they did like a special Blu-ray box set, in commemoration and kind of thing. It was like their homage to it. almost like if you were just to do like what Johnny was talking about earlier, where you just do a straight up remake, with regular hand drawn animation, but you just do it in modern standards. And yeah, this is great because it does have that grounded story, and it maintains all of what makes the original special without trampling all over it. You can tell that the creators of this movie really cared about the source material, and that's when good movies really get made. I look at this movie, and again, my biggest problem is that the movie is not well known. The movie is not celebrated enough. The movie's hasn't been watched enough. Nobody cares. We were able to watch the entire film on YouTube, and it has absolutely no, probably has zero chance of getting an official release in the United States or Europe. There's probably no way.
See, the futuristic one, it sounds a bit schlocky, but a way that I could see this working as kind of a retelling is do it about samurais, swordsmen, and kind of retell the story of like, Joe being kind of like a untrained, unskilled guy.
I'm gonna be honest. I get like a John Woo vibe, like a heroic bloodshed kind of Band of Brothers kind of vibe from this particular story. The relationship between Joe and Rikishi is very, very, very reminiscent of those early John Woo movies, the classic brother for brother mentality, or the idea that you start out kind of at odds, and you end up forming this kinship and having this brotherly love towards one another as the movie progresses. And I kind of get, that's where I think that's one of the main reasons why I relate to it on that level, because it's it delivers on every single emotional beat.
Well, and the neat thing too is that at the end, Rikishi, more than a rival, more than a villain, more than anything, ends up being a mentor to Joe, almost more than the old man was, who taught him to box. I mean, like without that experience, who knows if Joe would have continued to be the Fist of Tomorrow. You know what I mean? Rikishi is more responsible for that than even
that's right, Rikishi,
Joe himself in some points of the story.
The old man was his teacher, was his instructor, but Rikishi is his spirit. Everything about Rikishi is what carries him forward. Every decision that he makes moving forward, everything that he does after the events of this film, everything that you would see him do in his career is all shaped and launched off of the experience with Rikishi. Rikishi is like his fire that keeps him going and is everything. And it's depicted so well here, because you don't, at the end of the movie, you're left with a sense of optimism. You're left feeling like Joe is going to move forward. He's going to have a career. He's going to have wins. He's going to have losses. He's going to have struggles like we all do in life. But ultimately, he's going to carry on, and his spirit is going to burn bright, because everything that he's doing is from that ultimate mentor that he had. Not only the mentor, but the friend, the spirit, the brother that he never had, that his relationship with Rikishi, developed into. So when I look at their relationship, I just see it as, and like that speech that he gave to the old man in the middle of the fight, where he talked about, the fiery passion, and he talked about all the things that had changed, that had transcended in his life. I was bawling just like the old man, because it all makes sense, and it's very powerful, and to come to these kinds of realizations in your life, and to see things with a level of clarity on both sides. Rikishi knew that that was the end of his life. He knew that he was not gonna be able to live that through. He knew he had just literally put his body through everything that the human body could possibly endure. But it was worth it because he knew that he instilled that fire, that flame, that soulfulness into Joe, that Joe is going to carry on for the rest of his life. And so Rikishi will, of course, live on through Joe. And that was just remarkable. I mean, it was done so beautifully. I mean, I don't know, man. I just, you see, it's movies like this that you just can't, you just can't put a price on the emotional experience because it either resonates with you or it doesn't. And when it resonates, I mean, it will hit you on all sides. I mean, my God, man, what an experience.
Like I said, man, perfect pick.
Kupi Malik says, I'm going to search this movie and put it in my collection. Oh, yeah, man. It's worthy of being in anybody's collection. It's worth it. It's
Amazon has it for $16.99. I already looked it up. They have the English sub too.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth the price. There was another live action adaptation of this story that was actually made in the 1970s when the anime had started. And I had tried to watch it, but the copy that I had was really poor, so I really wasn't able to really get into it or to compare it to this version. But I feel like this version was like the perfect live action adaptation. I really like I said, I was very, very happy with this one, and I wouldn't, I don't know that any other movie version would have been necessary. And as much as there's some great stories that take place after this, I mean, some really good stories, I have to say that it's not necessary that any of them be adapted into live action. I think if this movie was popular enough, they might have did some sequels, but the fact that they didn't is fine. It's a masterpiece. It sits fine on its own. So,
Oh my God! And I'm looking at the art from the manga. It is so awesome.
yeah, it's
Nice
spot
and
on. It's
colorful and
spot on.
bright. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the actors were like ripped right from the pages. They did a great job with casting. I really I really believed that those characters were legitimate, and at no point was I questioning the casting, the acting. I was just totally overtaken by the story. So that dude Vince wants to know, does Johnny have a Twitter? He absolutely does.
Yeah, Johnny Alpha 81 on Twitter, and I have a YouTube channel too, Graphic Vandalism. I actually have few videos where we talk about music. Me and my guys haven't done metal yet, but we did the Crow soundtrack, we did the Lost Highway soundtrack, and a couple punk rock albums. But yeah, if you want to talk metal anytime, man, like I'm really huge fan of the genre, all styles too, everything from black metal to like grindcore to power metal. I can listen to a little bit of all of it. Like I don't like all of it, but I like some of all of it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Johnny has some very, very diverse taste. He's
I
a
love variety.
he's a really well-rounded individual. And when you look at these kinds of like this kind of stuff, this kind of art, this type of culture, this type of stuff that a lot of people don't really get a chance to see. It's like when I said to Johnny, okay, yeah, we're gonna watch this movie, and Johnny was like, oh yeah, I have that movie. I've seen it. I know what movie. I've seen that movie. I was so happy. I was so elated that he'd seen this movie because I really wanted, to be able to present the movie to you guys in a way that we could all enjoy it. And I have nothing, there's nothing but fun that comes
We
out of
actually
us
talked
talking
about it.
about these movies.
We actually talked about it once before on Roundtable Show, but the other guy that was involved, you know, he didn't know what we were talking about, so he kind of yelled over us, and we didn't really get to finish the conversation. So I bet that's why it slipped your mind.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to laugh at that.
Yeah, yeah, you
I'm
know,
sorry.
when you get people like that, it's just basically what it is it's like
Oh my God.
it's like what I like to call a non-cultured blowhard, somebody who just literally is just, I don't know. He has absolutely no experience whatsoever when it comes to
If it's not the most popular thing out there, he doesn't know what it is.
right.
Anything under off the beaten path, he's lost. This fellow we're speaking about.
Right.
So.
You could sit
Oh my
you
God,
could just
guys.
you could sit there and just be like, dude, like, what the hell is your problem? Like, dude,
Get ready for that thumbs down, Joey.
it's like you don't know what you're missing. You don't know what it's like. Sonia, he would have to get through like over 5 hours of content to get to this point in the show. So we're okay. We can say anything we want. I feel like we're at a point now where it's just like, listen, those types of people, it's like you try to introduce. I mean, I remember talking with Johnny on one of those shows, quote unquote, and I remember we had brought up. Remember, Johnny, we had a little conversation about the movie Tank Girl. You remember? We talked a little bit about Tank Girl, and we've tried to, and he was completely lost. He didn't know what we were talking about. He had no clue where we were going. We might as well have been talking about, like, hey, there's like pink cows outside and stuff. Like, he had no clue what was going on. I mean, I felt bad for the guy. I mean, because Tank Girl isn't even that obscure of a film, even though it is kind of obscure.
Nowadays it is, but people our age should remember when it came out. Like, I was in junior high, so that means he was in high school, and it was a big deal, and it got shown in the theaters. Like, it wasn't a big hit, but like everybody knew what it was because
yeah.
Yeah. I sit here and I say, well, gee, is that a movie we could watch? I mean, it's like your mind kind of goes in that direction when you see that you're able to successfully watch these kinds of films.
Homeboy. Y'all know y'all missed the round table.
we would get in trouble probably for the music. I bet you if you cut the sound when the songs play, like, we wouldn't get in any trouble. But like, yeah, some of the tracks on there are pretty popular. They got some like Iggy Pop shit and stuff on there that I'm pretty sure the robot would pick up on.
Yeah. It's like we could never watch a movie, like, even if it was obscure, we could never watch a movie like Almost Famous on YouTube because we would be killed just on music alone.
Right.
It's almost like if you want to. It's almost like if you want to watch a movie that's not, really well known, but as long as it doesn't have any copyrighted music in it, you should be okay.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think we could watch John Woo's Bullet in the Head, because if we tried to watch Bullet in the Head, there's a rendition of the Monkees' I'm a Believer in the movie, and there's no vocals, but the version of I'm a Believer is instrumental, and it plays prominently enough throughout the opening moments of the film that we would probably get taken down before we could watch it. It's one of those scenarios, like, and
we'd have to watch the first two Better Tomorrows anyways, because Bullet to the Head's technically the real Better Tomorrow Part 3.
I think we could. I actually think we could watch Better Tomorrow, because a Better Tomorrow hasn't had like a major Blu-ray release in the United States in a long time. I don't even know who owns the rights to it in the US right now. I know the people that I like, those Hong Kong rescue people, make the fan created, criterion like Blu-rays for these movies. They're working on a version of A Better Tomorrow. They're also working on a version of A Bullet in the Head, but I don't think there's like an official company that has it. I'm actually surprised that like Criterion didn't scoop up a lot of these John Woo movies. I mean, even The Killer, you could. All right. I remember when we watched, we watched the director's cut of The Killer. If we were to like try to do like a watch party, because I have a cleaned up version of that, of the movie we watch, of the director's cut, and because I got the Hong Kong rescue version and it came with a cleaned up version of that version, and if we could watch it, I think we could get away with it because it's never officially, that version has never been officially released. I don't think anybody has the rights to it in the United States. We could probably watch it. I think that's really the only criteria, to be honest with you.
Well, somebody has A Better Tomorrow up on YouTube right now.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the other thing. You get a lot of these movies that are already up on YouTube. So in those cases, it's kind of like, you could just rip whatever version they have on YouTube and just throw it on when you want to do a watch party, and you should be okay. I don't know. It's hard. We'll figure it out. We're gonna do it because we've had such good luck so far with the choices that we've made as far as what movies to do watch parties with. Koopy Malik says you need to avoid putting Cutie Honey as watch party material. Yeah, I don't.
Is that the live action film? I haven't seen that. I do love the classic anime though, and the manga because I'm a huge Go Nagai fan. But
yeah,
I haven't seen the film. I heard it's particularly terrible, which I can believe.
I actually was thinking we could watch the live action version of L.A. Blue Girl. I mean, or better still, Johnny, the 90s live action Chinese live action movie version of Wicked City. What do you think? English,
I've actually never seen that.
English subtitled. What do you think, man?
Okay, for next week.
I want to watch it just to see it because I've always wanted to see the live action version of Wicked City because I love that movie.
Well, this is what we're gonna do then. I'm going to get that ready. We won't be able to do it next week because we're gonna do next Tuesday. We're gonna do that. That debate with. We're gonna do that debate with Zohar next week. So we'll do that, and then the following week we'll do the live action Chinese Wicked City. I think that'd be cool, especially because you haven't seen it, in this group probably hasn't seen it either. A lot of the people in this group probably haven't even seen the anime version of Wicked City, but unfortunately the animated version of Wicked City is licensed under Discotech, so we wouldn't be able to do it unless we did that one as a private viewing party, which we could do. I would not have a problem with that. But
what do you think about Cyber City Oedo? Because that used to be owned by
Manga. Has it now.
Oh, does it? Because Manga Corp US used to own it, and they're out of business. But fuck, of course they picked it up because that director's so huge now. So
Discotech scooped it up. Discotech has so much now.
I want to watch Dick Splash with these guys, though. It's like the greatest cutlow in anime history.
Oh
Dick
God,
Splash.
I would love to watch. I would like to watch Demon City Shinjuku with these guys. I think that'd be a lot of fun too.
Oh, that's actually my favorite out of the City trilogy, which I refer to Dark City, or Wicked City, Demon City, and Cyber City, because they're all directed by the same guy. So
what would be another really good one to watch too? Metropolis.
Oh, the one that Otomo put out?
Yeah.
It's actually based off of the Osamu Tezuka graphic novel. Oh my god, dude, the manga for that is so good. The movie's actually perfect though, too, to tell you the truth. Really good adaptation.
I'm just spitballing here now because there's so many things, and I'm getting bold now because I'm sitting here for like 3 weeks in a row. I'm like, well, you know, we've been okay. We haven't had any problems whatsoever. So we'll just keep it going. We'll just keep this
Well, I
party.
got some really neat live action Japanese movies that could be cool. Like I know Death Trance isn't owned by anybody, and like I know a lot of people like Ninja Scroll in the chat. This is probably the closest you're going to get to like a live action Ninja Scroll film. It's not really the similar in storyline, but the action and everything and the way it's presented, it's it's one of the neatest films you'll ever see. And I know it's up on YouTube in several places, so I might shoot you a copy of that, Zod, so you can rip it, and maybe we could check that out because I think that'd be fun for the.
Yeah, we could do that. The sky's the limit at this point. I'm even thinking about the live action 8-Man movie. Before there was RoboCop, there was 8-Man.
8-Man. 8-Man is the shit, dude.
I mean, I'm talking about the live action 8-Man movie.
I've never seen that either.
I think we. Oh my God, I want to do that movie. So that's another movie I want to do so bad because I think that's a movie because that's another movie that has no home in the United States. So we could just, I mean, I know we could totally.
And that property never caught on, not even after 8-Man After, which.
And I'm a big fan. I love 8-Man After, and I've even got all the old 8-Man black and white cartoons from the 1960s where he uses cigarettes to power up.
Oh, he's one of the original like manga superheroes. He dates back to like Astro Boy times. Like he wasn't created by Tezuka, but like definitely inspired by him. Like from around the same era.
He would like use. They would give him, you know, cigarettes would be his power ups. They would never be able to do that today. I mean, he literally would be smoking. Wow. He would be smoking, and it was so dark. Like the character got killed by like gangsters at like the very beginning of the cartoon. I couldn't believe how deep it was. It came out in like, I think it came out in like the late 1950s, early 60s, and it was just and it's just
oh yeah, the old school manga don't mess around. I got like the old Lady Snowblood graphic novels, and they're so brutal, dude. Like, yeah, their comics compared to our comics are so different from like the Silver Age time, like night and day.
It really is like it really is amazing to try and to try and get away with certain things, and to see what you can do and what you can't do. I mean, we've done so much like these last couple of weeks, and I'm just sitting here like, again, like a kid at Christmas. Well, this is a Better Tomorrow Part 2. I just put it on just to see if it could come on. Did I? And I think I turned the volume down. Oh yeah, I did. Looks like I did. Oh, it's not I get what they did here. They blanked out the volume. They won't let me play the volume for this movie, so I guess we can't watch this movie. Well, we can watch this movie. We just can't
hear it.
Can't hear it. It's like that. They won't let us because of the
Yeah, there's a live action Devilman Koopy. It's decent, but the CGI for him when he's Devilman is pretty bad. Like I'd say just stick to the old OVAs that came out, or maybe Crybaby. That's a decent adaptation. But I would say watch the older Devilman animes. Like personally, the live action movie, it's okay, but like I said, the CGI is really bad.
Oh, you wanna check out? Oh, well, you guys want to check out the Devilman movie? We could do that.
Oh, you have it? Oh, of course you have it. I have the DVD too, but like, yeah,
I ripped.
Not one of my favorites.
I ripped the DVD. It's not one of my favorites either, but
which is sad because I love Devilman. Like, I really wanted it to be a good movie, but it's not in them cards yet, I guess.
Yeah, it's not really a movie that all that fond of, but I do think that I mean, it has its place if people want to see it. I mean, just for the novelty of watching it, but it's not a particularly good movie. And that's, you know, that's the biggest problem with it, that it's not really a particularly good film. I wish it was. I wish it was good.
I didn't know that they made a live action version of Skullman. I do love the anime though, because it's a great prequel to 009 Cyborg, which is like classic. I fucking love that anime and manga.
That is classic. Yeah, it is. It's wonderful. There's so much. I mean, you know, and again, there's so much we can watch that that it's definitely not a bad thing. I mean, there's so much content out there.
Vince is crazy. We'll cry in the end, but not for the right reasons.
I'm not ashamed to cry during a
Show your
movie
sensitive side.
if I'm moved the way that I'm moved by the movie we just watched. I mean, that movie is
I think it's only the bad boys who refuse to shed a tear. Anyway,
it's fake tough guys that don't, man. Like
fake tough guys that will cry, you know, any other time, you know, and when they're by themselves, maybe, but you know, that's what the truth is, you know, they cry while they're by themselves. They just don't cry in front of other people, but they cry. I mean, it's just, you know, natural. I'm just seeing here.
Man, sometimes I cry when I'm reading comics. Like, I'm a huge fan of the book Saga, and the end of the 7th volume is just so tragic. It's made to just kick your soul right in its balls. And like, my sister comes in and she sees me after I'm reading it, and I'm just bawling. And she's like, "Well, what's wrong?" And I'm like, "It's so sad." Like, oh man, it really tore me up. So, and like, she laughed at me, and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "It's a comic book." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's really fucking good." Like,
oh, that's hilarious.
Right.
That's
It's
awesome.
right. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, what are you doing crying over that? Well, it's like, listen, I mean, you know, your emotions are important. I mean,
I know.
and if something hits you on that level, I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? I mean,
and it's all about being an empath too. If you're an empath, I mean, you know, you feel what you're reading. You feel, you know what I mean? It's like you just, I don't know.
I'm old too, Vince. I'm turning 40 in September. I was just visiting home, like, and she took me to the comic book store, and I got it, because it's kind of fun. Like, she always used to take me when I was young, so when I go visit, she still takes me to the one that's by her house, and like, I go get some stuff. And yeah, I got book 7 of Saga, not knowing that I was gonna just like end up bawling my eyes out. It was like around Christmas time, and yeah, dude, I just was like,
that's so funny. That's cute. That's so cute, Johnny.
I try. Oh, the Great Teacher Onizuka movie is actually really, really good, Koopy. Oh man, yeah, it captures the hilarity of the anime too. Like, man, like, as far as weird animes about horny teachers go, like that one's a masterpiece. That's what it's about. It's about this like really kind of good looking teacher that all the girls like, and he's got to remember his place and try to teach these kids at the same time. Oh, it's hilarious, man. GT was awesome, Sonia.
Wow.
Yeah, so crying over comic books is cool. That's the moral of that story, for real.
Hey, man, if it kicks your heart right in its balls, cry. Like, that's... Oh, man. Right on.
The Shaolin Monastery, famous for the teaching of the martial arts, was suspected
It's just like...
harboring and training rebels. Most of them there were killed during the attack. Survivors were few and were hunted down relentlessly by the Manchus. However, Hong Si Quan escaped to Guangdong.
It's like you can just, I don't know. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Oh, nothing, YouTube. We're good. We're just looking at fire.
Fire.
Too many. The 5 Shaolin masters. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think that's this is a great. It's been a great show. I am like so happy you guys all showed up for this. We are like, firing on all cylinders. We got some great content coming up. I mean, this has just been so much fun. Thanks, Vince. That's great, man. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, and thank you everybody for being here. As usual, I can't believe so many of you stuck around and hung out to watch all of tomorrow's Joe. That's really amazing.
You're the winners here. Yeah, you guys got to see a classic that you probably wouldn't have any other way. So yeah.
That's the
you
goal.
You did yourself a favor.
That's the goal at this point. Continue to dig up some of the most obscure movies and animes and things like that we can find, that we can get away with watching on YouTube. I think I could be very, very content making a career out of doing that. Because it's just fun to get together with all of you guys and watch this kind of stuff.
And we ain't monetized. It's not like they could get super mad at us. And if anything, they could just copyright claim it and take the money if it does, like, they want to run ads on it or whatever. I mean, like, that should be fine. Because that's what they do on a couple of my videos where I play music. That's all they do is they put ads on it so the musicians get the money from whatever ads they play. And I'm fine with that. I used AFI's song, so, like, they might as well get paid for it.
So I'm wondering. I'm sitting here wondering though. Like we're not. Yeah. Again, this channel's not monetized, so anything that we watch, it's really not a big deal as long as we're not watching anything that is like blatantly copywritten, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we couldn't watch Batman v Superman on here. We'd be shut down immediately. But I mean, it's.
We should do our own motion comic of it. Like, I'll draw it in the style of, let me think. Who do you think I should draw it in the style of, Zod? And like, we'll see if we can get away with it.
Draw it in the style of, let's see, who would be a good guy to emulate here. Yeah,
somebody nobody rips off.
Yeah, like Rob Liefeld.
I can do that. That's easy. Like, you want your Superman with no feet? I can do Rob Liefeld like it's no tomorrow. Like, big old guns and big old pectoral muscles, like a 24-pack instead of like a 6-pack. Like, yeah, Rob Liefeld's really easy to do.
Yeah, I believe it. We could do a motion comic of Batman v Superman. That'd be hilarious. and we'll voice act it. Martha.
Why did you say that name?
We'll just we'll dub the whole thing, the whole 3-hour film. We'll do the motion comic. Oh God, that'd be hilarious.
You guys are cray.
Why do all the girls sound like Sonya? Well, she's the only girl we had. Come on, man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're doing all the girls' voices. You're doing Martha and Martha and
Martha.
Lois
Lane and freaking every other woman that's in that film, just
Wonder Woman. Yeah.
Just send me the script and I'll take care of it. I'll handle it.
Oh, we're not doing scripts. Just watch the movie and remember the lines.
Okay.
We'll just like play you clips and then you just say it back what you heard. Like, that's probably the best way to do it, right? Like,
right, because we want you to emulate exactly what you hear.
We want accuracy.
Accuracy, yeah. We want it to be source material accurate so that the crybaby toxic fandom can't complain.
Right.
Oh, hilarious.
Oh my God. What a show,
night,
guys. I really can't say enough with how exciting this was, man. And I'm still real emotional because we watched that movie and now I'm gonna go lay down and go to sleep because I got a really big headache. But I really think this was one of our best shows. And I thank you, Johnny and Sonia, for being here. This is so much fun, man. Yeah, so we're gonna go.
Koopy Malik said. Koopy Malik put something in the chat right quick to Johnny.
Johnny, maybe I sent some of my sketches of Indonesian version of superheroes, and you can color them. Perhaps I'll send them to Zod and when I find it. Okay, that sounds cool.
I'll check
That
it out.
sounds great, Koopy.
I love other cultures, so I'm really interested in seeing what your Indonesian superheroes look like. Actually, like there's a trailer for a movie that I saw. It's an Indonesian film. It's called I think it's called Gunham, and it's about God of Thunder. It looked so amazing. It looked really, really good. It was on a Well Go USA DVD, and I really wanted to get it, but I haven't seen it in the wild yet. But yeah, like I'm actually really interested in Indonesian superheroes, so definitely.
I actually may have that on my Plex account. I'll have to look. It sounds familiar to me.
I think it's called Gunham. Gunham, yeah.
I'll have to look. But on that note, I think we're going to go ahead and end today's show. We've been going for almost Gundala. I do have, yeah.
Gundala, okay, that's what it is.
I do have that. I do have that on my
Sweet.
Plex account. So if you want to check that out, Johnny, you're more than welcome, man. Just let me know and I'll hook you up. And we're going to be back here. Me and Sonia will be back here on Thursday for episode 10 of Late Night with ZodWriter featuring Sweet Sonia G, Late Night Q&A. We will be back for that. And then on Tuesday, Johnny and I will be back here where we're going to be debating,
Actually more, not debating, actually having a convo with what's his name about Zohar about the theories and spirituality and
all that. We're gonna dissect it. We're gonna get deep into why he feels the way he does. And Koj, I think Lord Koj is gonna join us for that one too. So it should be fun. Cool. So we're gonna do that next Tuesday, and then the following week I'm gonna try to get all my stuff together so we can watch the live action version of Wicked City. I think that would be super fun to do the following week. So we'll be back here again soon. I do want to thank everybody for being here. I love this. Koopy Bellick says he's going to be back here for episode 10 of Q&A. And Sonia and I will be here. It should be entertaining. Episode 10.
I hope I don't have to call Johnny for backup.
I'll be in the chat. Like, I can't believe I missed like the one episode where you need me there the most, man. I feel bad.
You missed the episode. You missed the episode where she was totally laying the smack down.
Oh yeah, Johnny, because people were coming in the chat. I kind of like had Joey to not answer so many questions regarding the Snyderverse and things like that, because this is our show. I'm not part of the fandom. I'm not part of the Snyderverse fan club or whatever. But anyway, half the shit they talk about I know nothing about, so I'm kind of left on the sidelines, unable to interact with everybody. But anywho. But yeah.
Well, that's why, like I say, we're trying to go for a much more, particularly on my channel, we're trying to go for a much more diversified level of content, because I'm tired of talking about the Snyderverse too. So that's where we are.
Variety is the spice of life, my friends. It is the truth.
Good night, everybody. Peace.
Good night.